but it was not to be.
No, it was not to be. Just like the Sonyverse was not to be. But speaking
Yep.
of things not to be, we are here today on a sad note.
Mhm.
It's about what has it been? It's been about 2 to 3 days since the news broke. David Lynch, R.I.P. Rest in power. He is not with us anymore, which was incredibly heartbreaking because he's for me kind of the greatest director I've never watched because all I've really seen of his work is Twin Peaks and Twin Peaks: The Return. I am
Yeah.
very much a virgin on his movies,
Hmm.
even though he's like one of my favorite directors. I just never really got around to watching any of his movie stuff, and so yeah, he's kind of like the greatest untapped. Like you get like Michael Mann and stuff. I've seen. Like I just went all in on Michael Mann when
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
found
You
out about him.
beginning,
But yeah, Lynch, I just never really got around to like diving into his filmography.
which makes sense because it is, it's short. He only directed 10 features, like a bunch of shorts and music videos and that's kind of stuff. Like he has like 100 credits on IMDb, but for like honest to goodness movies, it's only 10. So but it makes sense that you took a little bit to get in because like his movies can sometimes feel a little daunting because they're often, as you know from later day Twin Peaks, there's a lot of like bits and pieces and
Yeah, yeah.
meanderings, and you're never, and you kind of have to like put it together, either as you watch it or after the fact. Um, but once you kind of get in there, they are like incredibly rewarding, and when it clicks, like I like well, the one we're about to watch, Mulholland Drive. I've actually lost count of how many times I've seen it. It's actually a weird comfort movie once you like kind of figure out the key to unlock it. So I do just throw it on and always get something out of it.
hmm Yeah, no, I've heard Mulholland Drive has always been the one that people
Mm.
have, I guess, mentioned the most. I think it's his, isn't it? It's his most popular like movie, right? Certainly the one I've heard of the most, or heard people talk
Yeah,
about
yeah.
the
Like
most.
I think probably for like mainstream stuff, yeah, it's Mulholland Drive, and I think Blue Velvet for people in the '80s was the big one that like first made everyone click and go like, "Holy cow!" And then Eraserhead has always been kind of a cult favorite. But
Yeah, I had to.
yeah, I think.
A
Mhm.
streamer that we like to watch did a
Eraserhead
surprise
screening.
yeah, a surprise Eraserhead screening, and I will admit I didn't much what I saw of it. I didn't much care for, but
Yeah,
only
yeah.
because there's a lot of child stuff in that movie, and I that generally squicks me out. Um,
It's
so
very rough. Yeah,
so it's
yeah. It is.
very
It is
rough.
and that one especially would make you uncomfortable because yeah, that is like basically, if it's a movie about a guy who's like, oh, my baby is a monster, and
Yeah.
I want nothing to do with it, which is not fun per
Mhm.
se.
Yeah, and it really feels, and I think you said it the most when you texted me about it. It feels like the most like just utterly out there of what I've seen of Lynch, even compared to Twin Peaks. It's like Twin Peaks on crack, but also with no actual with no like grounding to Earth. Like you said, you could totally believe that that movie took place on another planet, and
Yeah, yeah,
it
for
would
sure.
absolutely make sense.
Because it even opens with like we're going through the cosmos, and there's like the weird dude at the center of the Earth who's like pulling
Mm-hmm.
the levers, might be
Yep.
in charge of what's going on.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, yeah. So definitely that, and actually, yeah, as weird as like other Lynch gets from Blue Velvet onwards, he kind of clicks into making like noirs, like
Yeah.
so that helps a little bit because as weird as they are, you're like, well, this is a mystery of sorts, like there's like crime and intrigue going
Well,
on
and as
with
surreal
his.
as Twin Peaks gets, at the end, like the only reason why Twin Peaks ends kind of on a cliffhanger with so much unknown is because of like network interference, not because like I feel like at least the original Twin Peaks, like
Yeah, the original
if that
run.
hadn't happened, I don't think it would have. I don't think it would have ended as like as surreal, not even surreal, as unanswered as it did, because Twin Peaks
Yeah.
does do a good job of answering like the mysteries and stuff. Yeah, there's some weirdness like that lady going into the doorknob, but like other than that, like
Yeah.
you find out who killed Laura Palmer at the end, and like the reason why that happens, and like the forces that are at work there do make sense. That's
Yeah,
one of the problems
for all the
I.
weirdness, yeah, like the especially and a lot of that comes from they made him reveal Laura Palmer early, but yeah, the Laura Palmer mystery itself is actually surprisingly like there were like the red herrings that they and then there was the when the reveal happens, you're like that actually made sense in retrospect because this and that it's actually a very normally crafted mystery where like once you're like no that was fair like.
Yeah, no, it's very like that's one of the reasons why, and we have different opinions on this. I am not a big fan of Twin Peaks: To Return for
Yeah,
that
you were not.
reason, because I think it leans a little too hard into the unanswered stuff, and like it's a little too. It gets a little. I guess it's a little too much like Eraserhead. It gets a little too Eraserheady in
Yeah,
Twin
where
Peaks: To
it
Return,
spins off
where
into like what am I? Yeah, but
yeah,
to me, that's what I love about Twin Peaks: The Return is that it's kind of just the world getting like scarier and more unknowable as it goes.
yeah,
Uh,
and I don't think
yeah,
that's
yeah,
a bad take from it. But like I said, Twin Peaks for me was never really a show that was like it felt very grounded. It had its weirdness and its mythology, but like it tied together in a way that really like made sense, I guess is the best way of saying it, or
yeah,
at
and
least the
because
people of it, the
Cooper
people
was
in it, like really grounded it in a way, you know.
yeah, and Cooper himself, is a very grounding character. Like he's maybe one of the warmest fictional characters ever. And I think that's part of why everyone's feeling David Lynch so bad is how much he really like wanted to comfort you through all the scary stuff because
Yeah,
Cooper would be holding your hand and it would
yeah. I
make you
mean, the
feel a little
whole
better.
Twin Peaks: The Return literally feels like almost feels like a different show once they finally
And
get
I
Cooper back.
Yep, and I think that's like to its credit. I think because I think unlike a lot of the big revivals, I think Twin Peaks: The Return is kind of like saying you can't go back. Like time marches on, and I also think it works because since Cooper, spoilers for Twin Peaks, like he's out of the picture for 25 years. Twin Peaks: The Return makes sense to me because I'm like, this is what the world would look like if you took Cooper out of it,
Yeah,
and
the
just let
world
it
without
get.
its Cooper.
Yeah, like, and I find that kind of fascinating because it's a show that intentionally takes the most popular character out of it, but you feel him because he's not there. Like it actually shows you how like strong Cooper's influence is.
Hmm.
That even that you're like, wow, like this is what damage can be done when he's removed from the equation.
Right, right.
Yeah, so on that level, I like it. But yeah, I understand. Like, yeah, if you got a lot of affection for OG Twin Peaks, it's quite an adjustment.
It's quite a different show. It still has its moments, but yes, it is quite a
Yeah.
different show. But I'm curious how he does in movie format, because I've seen his noir shows at this point.
Yeah, so
But I'm
we'll
curious how he does in the movie format. So you said that there were
and
clues for Mulholland Drive.
yes. So before that, but I also did want to say to kind of it's interesting that we're talking Twin Peaks because famously, I don't know if you know this, but Mulholland Drive was a TV pilot. He shot it to be like his follow up to Twin Peaks,
Oh, really?
and the network did not pick it up, so he went back about a year later and like shot an ending essentially, like shot another like hour of footage to kind of make it all like tied together. So
Dude, such a dude who just like TV just did not get him. I feel like though, I think nowadays, I think he wouldn't have had that much problems. Maybe I'm being nicer to TV executives than I should, but like, I feel like if David Lynch was coming onto the scene now, like if he was a new director, I feel like he'd get picked up a lot more because I feel like TV is a little bit more, especially after Lost and all that good stuff. I think TV is a little bit more willing to get weird with it, and I
No, and I agree because well, it's funny because Twin Peaks was a big cultural splash when it first came out. Like it was getting ratings and everyone was like crazy excited.
Mhm.
And it was like being parodied on The Simpsons and breaking ratings and the SNL Kyle MacLachlan hosted and they made jokes about Mike Myers played the dancing guy, the arm. So like it was a hit for whatever reason, like just the weird timing that it looked like nothing else on TV. It actually became a legit pop culture sensation, but that didn't last because like as soon as the Laura Palmer thing kicked, was resolved, it like viewership dropped almost immediately.
Wow, really?
So yeah, like that's why it only lasted 30 episodes in the initial run because yeah, like people like it had that spark, but then it just quickly like sank like a stone. But I
Dang.
do agree. I think TV kind of caught up to just a weird like, oh, I'm willing to like Lost. I'm willing to put up with a bunch of nonsense and meandering to like figure out the clues.
Yeah. I think we
And
love
he
a, I
was
think we
before
love
he
a mystery now in a way we didn't.
yeah,
We
and then
didn't before.
specifically a like mystery with like weird like how Lost, is like,
Yeah.
oh, what was the polar bear? What was the statue? Like there's more of that.
I'm a really big fan of From, the TV show. If you've ever heard of that, it's an
Mhm.
MGM original, and it's about a
Ooh.
group of people who get trapped in a town that they can't leave, and it's very it's kind of it's made by it's as you can probably guess some of the people from Lost are attached to it, and it has the problems that I know of Lost. Like it has that same kind of like, oh, we just keep adding more and more to the mystery, but not really
Yeah, yeah.
revealing anything. And like they've
Hmm.
come out and even said like, oh, it's not really about the mystery; it's just about how people react in the situation, which I think is a kind of a kind of a BS answer. I think if you give a mystery, you should at least start solving some aspects of that mystery, instead of just being like, oh, we're just focusing on how people react to the mystery. But that's a whole other rant. But yeah, like
No, for sure. And it's tough because it depends because like on a Lost, I eventually found that kind of annoying and frustrating. But on a Twin Peaks: The Return, I really loved it because
well,
I
Twin
feel
Peaks: The
like it.
Return doesn't overstay its welcome. Doesn't Lost run for like 20 freaking seasons and
Yeah,
like
Lost is like over is like 90 to 100
yeah.
episodes. Like so yeah, you got many more hours of baloney. Whereas yeah, Twin Peaks: The Return by being like an 18 episode miniseries is like not as
Yeah.
annoying. Um,
I think if you want to go unanswered, I do think you need to go shorter, not longer. Like From is another example of this because it is on its third season and it has maybe answered two of its mysteries, but has added
mm,
at least 15 by
yes,
change. And
it's all yeah, yeah.
I think that is like again, if you want to leave a lot of stuff unanswered, you almost have to give less is more usually in a situation like that because the longer it goes on, the more you just get frustrated with like what is not answered. Like I'll still say The Returns is a good show. Like I might not have
Mm.
enjoyed how it kind of wrapped up everything, but it's still a good show. It has some of the most beautiful some of the most beautiful moments I've seen in TV. Just to get back to
Yeah, yeah.
Lost,
I
like,
mean, we always talk
and the
about.
payoffs
We
it
always,
does give is amazing. Like with the diner couple whose name I
yeah,
can't remember.
Ed and Norma. We always
Yeah,
share each other. Yeah, they're getting together is like one of the most beautiful scenes in like any TV show.
yeah.
Like
No, it 100%
and
is. And Cooper coming back is also for
oh
all
yeah,
that
when
it annoys me
I
that it
am the
is.
FBI
Yeah.
man. That's some good. And then the OG theme like kicking in. Like oh, that's good. And then yeah, like I remember the Return. I look back on really fondly as like one of the most fun. One of the last times I was actually watching a TV show week to week and like getting excited with friends and talking about it
Oh
after
yeah.
the episode. Yeah, yeah, that
It
kind of stuff. And then like episode 8, of course, with the atom bomb and the scary woodsman attacking people in black and white. Like
oh yeah.
that's gone down as one of the craziest TV episodes ever.
Yeah.
Where
No, man, it's legitimately like, again, I might not have loved the overall thing, but Twin Peaks: The Return has some of the best like single episodes of all time, or at least moments of all time as well. And to your point, like I said, I like you said, it's probably the last time, it's probably the last time we kind of like viewed a TV show week to week and was like talking about it. I was just thinking about this yesterday because I've been watching. I've kind of fallen off on it because it just annoyed it just got to a really annoying. It just got really annoying really fast. But I was watching Better Call Saul, like
Yeah.
tearing through it. I was been watching it up until like last week, and I just, it was got me thinking about those old memories of you and I watching the final season of Breaking Bad and coming over to
Yeah.
have viewing parties and stuff. And it's, you know, it's just
It
crazy that we don't that people don't really do that as much anymore.
No, it's tough because I wish I think maybe that'll be my New Year's resolution because it's tough because I don't like I'm very opposed to starting new shows because I worry I'm like this Severance show is supposed to be really good, but I'm like, man, there was like 3 years between seasons. I don't want to be on the hook for like however long that show's gonna go on for.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll like, if it's 3 years between seasons, I'm gonna be forgetting what happened, last time.
Yeah, man.
But I kind of want to. Next time there's a show I know enough people like that's on its last season, I think I'm gonna actually try to binge and then watch the last season, like the olden days, because that would be kind of fun.
Yeah.
So I think we should keep our ear to the ground for like, oh, whatever popular show is coming to an end, and be like, hey, let's try to bring back some of that old magic by
No, man.
watching
I
it as
mean,
it comes.
we had that kind of with Sugar, and that was also super enjoyable. Like when Sugar hit, and we were kind of watching it almost week
Yeah,
to
Sugar
week.
was when we were doing week to week, and I was having a good time with it.
Yeah, I still
Uh,
gotta go and finish
Sugar,
it.
the only issue is that it kind of peaked because like the craziest thing ever happens, and then I was kind of like, oh, well, how can you top that? you know,
Yeah,
like,
and it happens. It happens like early enough that like you're kind of like, huh.
exactly. And then I'm just kind of like, well, time to just see how this wraps up. But it was, yeah, kind of, it killed the momentum. But it was a good ride while it lasted. The first 6 weeks of Sugar, where we're like, are they going to do it? Are they going where I think they're going?
Yeah, no, I still, that's still crazy to me that they went that route.
Yep, that's insane.
All right, speaking of crazy things and Norris, technically, man, you know what? David
Mm.
Lynch and David Lynch and Colin Farrell in a Nor. What could have been. That's kind of
Ooh,
what
Colin
happens
Farrell
when
was
you.
amazing in a Lynch thing. Well, okay, this is gonna get kind of film criticky. There was an article a few years back that I really liked, where the critic described 5 filmmakers that he considers what he called the sensualists, where they're all about like vibes and they know how to like really
Michael
emphasize
Mann
like
better have been on that list.
he was indeed. It included Michael Mann, Terrence Malick, and David Lynch, and Michael Mann and Terrence Malick both have used our boy Colin Farrell. So I'm kind of now like, oh man, like the third sensualist, David Lynch, should totally have,
Yeah,
made something with Colin Farrell. That would have been rad.
man.
Um,
But anyways, we're amazing director.
oh yeah.
He
Oh,
is
and
legit one of my favorites, and I know that's weird to say for somebody who has only really seen two of his things and didn't super love one of them, but like the dude is just. I guess I'll briefly like Twin Peaks. It's kind of funny because Twin Peaks, of all the things that my bestest friend in the whole world, David, has kind of
aw,
like moved me on to, Twin Peaks was not really one of them. Like I knew he liked it, I knew it was good, but Twin Peaks actually hit for me because I was starting to work from home.
mm-hmm,
I had just had my son. Um, well, I just become a father, and so I wasn't
right.
going to the movies as much. And I had also just started working from home, so it kind of was I was doing a lot of I was working from home, but I was in an area where I could like watch TV and stuff, and I was like, you know what, I'm finally gonna give this old Twin Peaks a check out, and it was
Yeah.
on Amazon at the time, and I just have very solid memories of like watching it while at work and just like really just enjoying it and like not being able to put it down and continuing to watch it like even though I was supposed to be doing other stuff. And
Yeah.
so like it really like it captured me, and I think it was just at a really good point in my life to watch it because again I wasn't watching much other stuff, and I was at home all the time, and I just
Yeah.
really just such a great show.
Definitely, and I remember some of your stories from while you're watching. Because if I'm remembering right, I think you watched it like very close to when the new one premiered. Like you were able to kind of jump right into the return from the original.
I think Return had already started when I
Yeah,
before.
I think you were able to watch the original and then watch like lead immediately from Fire Walk with Me, the movie. You were able to just go into like the first 4 episodes of the Return because
Yeah.
they'd already been out.
Yep.
But I remember you telling a story of episode 8, like that kind of hypnotizing your whole family. Like your
Yeah.
son was like stuck transfixed by the atom bomb scene,
Yeah. No,
like
it was
hypnotized,
because
and
it's
even
just pure imagery. Like
yeah,
it's so good. And yeah, I do remember like everybody. It just so happened that everybody was on kind of the couch when that was happening, and like everybody was kind of like just stopped and watched what was going
like
on with it
what am
because
I looking at here?
yeah,
Yeah.
like it's amazing what that guy can do, and again, it's all about like the vibes, and it's also why like Michael Mann also is one of my favorites, if not maybe my favorite director, because that guy does. And you know the other thing that like David Lynch does that I really enjoy is he's again the and this is with Michael Mann as well. It's very much an is it sexy situation.
Oh man.
I do love a good like feeling of sexiness and
And
romance.
get ready with Mulholland Drive because there's gonna be some is it sexy moments that
Well, and yeah, I would imagine so. That's one of the reasons
we're gonna
because
have to awkwardly talk.
Even
Mm-hmm.
Eraserhead had that with
Yeah, the
the
neighbor
girl, the
lady.
neighbor lady, and I was like, yeah,
Yeah, but he's
these are why I love these directors because they're not afraid to be like, hey, movies are sexy and they should be sexy. I mean, heck,
Ab-
Not Laura Palmer, what's
Audrey.
Audrey and
Yeah,
Cooper
yeah,
is
yeah,
still one of like the best
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
TV romances.
For you, yeah, yeah. That's the
I honestly think that's
that
probably
was
one of the reasons why I didn't like The Return as much because
yeah, because the
it's
return kind of
so light on it.
and that is the one thing I do like struggle. For me, return like 11 out of 10, no notes, love it. But I do, if there's one critique, I do still struggle a little bit with how it treats Audrey. I do think she gets
Yeah, she gets the
like short
shaft.
thrift in a very weird way that I'm still like not sure what to make of exactly. Um,
No, yeah. See,
but
I do think because a romance is like a good major part of a like it can sell a. There are movies that I like just purely based on the romance of it, like
yeah,
Jurassic
yeah,
World. Terrible
yeah.
movie, but I
You
do
like them.
really
Bryce
like
Dallas
Owen and
Howard.
Claire.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, David Lynch,
Yes,
absolutely
and
amazing. Oh, go ahead. And what?
yeah, will be missed. Yeah,
Will be
yeah,
missed.
absolutely.
I honestly, it really like shook me because it's kind of sad to think of a world where like there will be no more Twin Peaks, even though there was probably never going to be any more Twin Peaks. It's just the knowledge that that isn't there anymore, like that there won't be. I watched some of his YouTube shorts and talking about the weather and stuff. Dude was
Oh yeah,
cooking in like the free like just kind of YouTube content world. Like he just is a nice dude, man. Like it's like it
he
comes
was
out.
such a cuddly dude. Yeah, like I just sent you that Guillermo del Toro clip where he's talking about how like he wasn't ironic. Like he genuinely believed that like love and pie and coffee could were like these amazing forces that
Yeah.
could win out against evil, and he was not being goofy about it or like winky. Like he really. believed that. Speaking of Winky, Mulholland Drive,
Yes.
which you'll understand Winky in a second. But
I have my clues. So my clues are pay particular attention in the beginning of the
oh yeah,
movie.
sorry. Just to make it clear to listeners, yeah, while we were chatting, I sent Tanner the 10 clues to unlocking this thriller, which appeared on the DVD, and I will say don't really help in my opinion, but we'll see how Tanner feels.
Notice appearances of the red lampshade. Can you hear the title of the film that Adam Kenscher is auditioning actresses for? Is it mentioned again? An accident is a terrible event. Notice the location of the accident. Who gives a key and why? Notice the
Oh,
robe, the ashtrays, and the coffee cup. What is felt, realized, and gathered at the club Silencio? Did Talon alone help Camilla? Note the appearance surrounding the man behind Winkies, and
there's
where is
Winkies.
Aunt Ruth?
Where is Aunt Ruth?
I do love it.
So
All the I do. He is one of the few guys who could. I'm assuming that's him at the bottom, right?
yeah, that's him. That's him at the
It's
bottom.
not many directors would be like, okay, here's all these shots from the movie. Also, I'm gonna put myself in.
And then
Like
just
it's
me there.
here's the he's written a book and he's on the back cover of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's very much like an about the author photo.
It
And
really
it's funny because like he acts in movies, like famously he's Gordon Cole in Twin Peaks with his hearing problems, but I don't think he's really in this one. Like I think he might have like a just his voice as a cameo, but he doesn't show up in it. So it's funny that he's on the on the back of this.
Mm. It's kind of sad that this wasn't because like Twin Peaks is such a show about Twin Peaks, right?
Yeah.
And then like that's as much a part of Twin Peaks as everything else in Twin Peaks. It's kind of sad that like he didn't get to like make this into a TV show that's all about his version of Hollywood, because I would
Yeah.
imagine his version of Hollywood would be very interesting. Like I
Oh yeah,
hope it kind
as
of
you're
comes
about to
out.
find out,
Yeah,
it's
I hope it
quite.
comes out in this movie, but I would have loved to have seen it in show form too.
No, me too. I love this movie, but I also do have that what could have been if it had actually been a weekly, like it was, yeah, TV show would have been kind of rad. So we'll probably be talking about that as we go because you can kind of see it feels like a movie, and a beloved film. I think the BBC did a poll for best movies of the 21st century, and this one came in at number one. They did that like a few years back.
Yeah, I do know it. Like I said, I feel like it's the one that I hear about the most
Yep.
when it comes to old Lynch.
But you'll also notice, I think, when it's especially towards the beginning, it feels a little bit like a pilot because it is introducing a lot of like character after character that you assume
Yeah.
week to week we were gonna be like checking back in with. So that'll be interesting. But okay, you've read the 10 clues.
Okay.
I will say we'll go over them after because I think some of them I kind of know what they're getting at, and some of them I'm like that doesn't help. Yeah. But I will say, like, it's not a movie you can ever fully figure out, but there's an interpretation of it that's kind of become the consensus, and it's the one that I think, like, if you think in that direction, it kind of makes it click the hardest. So,
I wonder if
with that being said,
I wonder if Lynch ever saw Lake Mungo.
ooh, I don't know. There's, like someday we'll do Inland Empire, which is one of his craziest and hardest, but I think you would really like that one because that's his found footage of a sort in a way.
Ooh, yeah.
And there's definitely some Lake Mungo-esque scares in that movie where you're like,
Yeah, see.
"Oh God, what is that?"
I bet you he would have liked it if he saw it. Ah, man, it's just
Yeah.
it's so fascinating to like retrospectively look at I wish he was still here, but like it's also always interesting to talk about a director after the fact, after they're no longer with us, because you always just wonder like
What could have?
what could
Yeah,
have been, what did they enjoy the most. Like I know a lot of directors do talk about movies that they like, but it's just kind of fascinating to get into their headspace,
yeah.
like just in regards
One
to anything.
one beautiful video. Speaking of all the YouTube stuff of Lynch, I'll send it to you. There's a, if you haven't seen it, it's him reacting to "It's a Wonderful Life," and he's like he's choking up over it and saying like, "Man, the way she says Mary is just the way he yells Mary is just the most beautiful thing in a movie." Like he's really getting moved by the ending of "It's a Wonderful Life."
And then I'm glad he likes It's a Wonder. That seems that in retrospect that makes total sense. It's a Wonderful Life is probably is my favorite Christmas movie. It's my quintessential. It's my quintessential movie.
Christmas
movie.
Yeah.
But all right, we've jawed enough. David Lynch.
We have.
Incredible director. I cannot wait to get into his movie stuff now, and yeah, I think it's gonna be a blast. So we will cheers him, and I am ready to start whenever you are.
I got it up. I got my subtitle track on. I'm at 0000.
I'm at 000.
My copy is my copy is 2 hours 26 minutes 34 seconds.
I'm 2 hours 26 minutes and 48 seconds, which is always
so maybe you have more logos or something.
Or something. This is gonna be
the first thing that comes up is sorry.
No, you go ahead. The first thing that comes up for you is what?
Studio Canal pops in like 1 second in, like super fast. That logo appears. Okay.
There are no ads on this one.
All right. I'm ready now. 3, 2, 1. Studio Canal. A Canal Plus company. Here we go.
It's so whimsical.
Yeah, we're already getting kind of magical. Oh, there he is. Mm-mm. So already, things pretty lynchy.
Oh, I love this purple.
Yeah, the purple background's rad. The weird the silhouettes of all these swinging 50s youths or whatever.
Do you think people really knew how to dance like that back in the day? I guess they didn't have anything better to do since there was no TV and all that good stuff. I guess you had the time to learn, like, an intricate dance move.
That's why teenagers were doing the dances here and driving cool cars, because you had like 3 black and white TV channels. Yep. So you had time to do others. Oh, there she is, the woman of the hour. Miss Naomi Watts.
Okay, pause the movie.
All right, we're pausing the movie.
Some editing here. Where are you at?
I'm at 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Okay, I'm at 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Okay, so I gotta.
Here, no. We're gonna reset because it'll be easier to edit it that way. So
we're starting from the beginning.
Yeah, we'll start from the beginning. That way I can actually edit it. So that way it makes sense to whoever is watching.
Maybe you have more logos than I do, or less, or something. I don't know.
Maybe, but 5 seconds isn't a terrible thing, but because of the weird pause, double pause, I just want to make sure of it. That way I can just edit all that.
And then I guess to make it clearer, let me go we're gonna go 3, 2, 1, go. Yes, and when I finish saying go, hit play. Or 3, 2, 1, and as soon as you hear go, hit play.
Okay. All right, I'm ready when you are.
I'm back to 0000.
I am
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
Back to Studio Canal, Canal Plus company. I love Alain Sardé, he's great. And I love Le Film Alain Sardé asymmetrical production. And of course, the man of the hour.
I think my Studio Canal
was longer?
Is just slightly longer than yours. Because I just got to Alain Sardé.
Then it must be. Mine just goes like kaboom kaboom and it's gone.
No, I have like an intricate tinkly type thing that goes on.
Yeah. Mine just like flashes and then it goes right into
Oh,
the. So that sucks. Do
that's
you want to try one more
no,
time
no, no.
to
We're
sync
good.
up?
You're
All right.
you're what? You're maybe like what 5 seconds ahead of me.
I'm at
I'm
53.
at jazz now. I'm 55 minutes in.
Yeah, I'm at 1 minute now, and yeah. My dancing has been going on, like
Okay.
the jitterbug or whatever. The jitterbug I think is an older dance. For that's like a maybe that's a flapper thing. I don't know. I don't know my old timey dances, but everyone's having fun. I think it
Everybody's
is a
having fun.
jitterbug. I think I actually just spoiled it because it is a jitterbug contest. I think they mention later what we're watching here. And then, okay, I am now seeing the woman of the hour kind of coming into a shape. Old Naomi Watts, who gives like one of the best performances ever in this movie. All right, Tanner. Now remember clue number one that pay particular attention in the beginning of the film. At least two things are revealed before the credits.
Right now, all I know is it's a jitterbug contest.
And now we're looking at I don't even know. Some horrible nightmare. This part kind of looks like Peep Show, the British sitcom, where it's all the title. Hey, Justin Thoreau.
Okay, I just got to the title.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna pause for like one, two, three,
Yeah,
four,
viewers
five.
at home, don't pause. I'm at 2:55.
No. We are unfortunately, yeah, we watched versions that are out of sync, so we're
Now I'm
I'm
at
I'm
three.
blabbing about stuff well before that happens.
I just got to Justin Thoreau, so I'm at
I'm
three oh
pausing on Ann
six.
Miller. Tell me when you see Ann Miller,
Naomi Watts, Laura Haring,
who rules too.
Ann Miller. Push play.
Okay. I'm hitting play
There
on
we go.
Ann Miller.
That's probably the easiest way to do it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
Yeah.
It's funny. My studio canal goes for like at least 10 seconds more than your studio canal.
Yeah,
That's
mine
where
was
the
just
thing was at.
yeah, mine was almost like the opening credits of Seven. It just went like Studio Canal. It like flashed real scary, and then it
No,
disappeared.
mine's was like it did like a whole animation of it.
That's wild. Yeah. No.
I will
mine
say
mine
this
came and
intro
went.
with the limo is very is it even sound the music even sounds like Twin Peaks.
Yep. Yeah. Well, by Angelo Badalamenti, who is the Twin Peaks composer. He was
Oh yeah,
Lynch's
there
main
it
dude.
is.
Yeah. Yep. And who also passed away a couple of years ago. So R.I.P. to him too.
Oh, was that
Yeah.
was that a male conductor then, or was it because there's that woman he uses all the time, right? The one who sings at the Roadhouse.
Yeah.
Is
That's
she
what's her. That's Julie Christie who like sings like the
okay?
songs. Yeah. But then Badalamenti is a dude, and he is the composer. He does like the instrumental stuff. And I believe Julie Christie's dead too. I don't mean to be like,
Oh,
ghoulish, but like a lot of these people are dropping, which is a bummer. Oh, Laura Herring there.
dang, looking fierce.
Yeah, man. Looking powerful. Oh, so fun fact, speaking of Twin Peaks, I'm just going to be rattling off trivia. This was supposed to be an Audrey spin-off originally. Like when
Oh
he first
really?
conceived it, it was going to be Audrey Goes to Hollywood was like
So
the
kind of like
premise.
Angel Goes to Hollywood.
Hmm?
Kind of like Angel. Angel Goes to
Yeah, very
Hollywood.
much. Actually, you're right. It totally would have been a Buffy Angel thing if that had been what he did. But then it, yeah, developed into an original story, which kind of works better because I don't feel like Audrey would have gone to Hollywood per se. She wanted to
No.
be an FBI agent, by the end of the show.
See, yeah, one of those things that that should have been kind of what I know that probably would have been too normal for Lynch, but I almost feel like that's what she should have been. She should have just been doing in the returns, you know?
Yeah, made her part of the ensemble. She could have
Yeah,
been the lady. Yeah.
just make her an FBI agent.
Mm-hmm. Helping out the cause. That would have been kind of cool. But yeah, you're right. It would have been maybe a little too normal, but it would have also been something. I don't
Yeah.
know. Oh yeah, but we very violent car accident,
Yep.
and it looks
Very
like they were
violent car
about to
accident.
looks like they were about to kill that lady before it happened. Before
Yeah, but she
the
said we don't
teenage.
stop here, so like it seemed like she
Yeah.
knew these people.
Yeah, they were like her regular drivers, but then yeah,
Yeah.
he was pointing a gun. And then I think it was just some punk teens joyriding by coincidence.
Yeah,
Just
them
happened
punk teens.
to smash in. But she seems fine. No, that's not true. She doesn't seem fine at all.
What year is this?
This is 2001 this movie came out. But
2001.
because it's Lynch, it looks, like
In a
a
weird
little older.
nebulous like 90s to maybe 50s because the jazz definitely was
Mhm.
50, but the dress screams 90s to me.
Yeah, and it makes sense because yeah, 2001 you're kind of right on the line. And it
Yeah.
probably shot like I think it shot like a year or two before. So we're we're just wrapping up the 90s here. All right, wandering off into the woods. I do need to visit a Bob's Big Boy because that was David Lynch's restaurant of choice, and I guess if you go to them, the Bob's Big Boys, people are putting like flowers and coffee and pie
Oh,
at the front.
really? What's Bob's Big Boys? Is it just American Diner?
Yeah, it's like a burger dinery kind
Bob's
of place.
Big Boys.
He said he would always like, I love sitting in diners, thinking and dreaming. I will order a milkshake, like that kind of thing. Um,
Home of
and
the
the
original double decker hamburger.
Yeah, and the mascot kind of looks like the Lard Lad from The Simpsons.
He does
like,
kind of look like the.
but yeah, he was a big fan of the Bob's Big Boys. So as a result, yeah, now people are putting like coffee and cigarettes and pie all around the front of all their local ones. Seeing those two young people is very weird because they look like just normal people, and in a Lynch movie
Yes, they do.
that sticks out because everything else is so 50s and yeah, pretty ladies and all that. Well,
Ah.
the man, another man of the hour, Robert Forster there, who has one of the best parts in Twin Peaks: The Return as the sheriff, the brother of Harry, when he's when Michael Cera is just ranting for 10 minutes, and then at the end he's just like, "All right, great, like that's fine." Like, doesn't know how to respond to all the nonsense that Lucy and Andy's son was rambling about. Oh, could be someone's missing.
Could be. Damn that shot of the city.
Yeah,
That's a Twin
always.
Peaks shot if I ever seen one, or a Lynch shot.
Nah, absolutely. Where yeah, just makes it look freaky. The Return does a lot of these too, like when it cuts to Las Vegas or whatever, and
Yeah.
it has just the endless lights. Mm. Now, spoilers. That's Aunt Ruth,
Okay.
which
Where is
you
Aunt
don't
Ruth?
know.
We found her.
Yeah, yeah. So What was the clue? I'm looking. I'm bringing it up.
It was
Where is Aunt
where
Ruth?
is Aunt Ruth?
Well, I guess she's over there.
Seems like it should have been more like where is Aunt Ruth going?
Yeah, yeah. Well, we'll see. Maybe there's more to it, but I don't think you would know on initial viewing. Like you would forget this lady because I don't think they mention Aunt Ruth for a while. And again, I'm not actually sure how much it helps, but I should probably be letting you piece it together yourself. So that's your last clue you're getting from me.
Oh, that's you're not helping me anymore.
No, I want you to figure out what's going on, I guess.
Well, woman was in a car accident before was
Hmm.
about to be shot. That's what I got so far.
Yeah. So far, so good. And she's wandered around and kind of taking a nap here in the the yard.
You saw her go into the house. So I guess you're just not too fussed about it.
Jesus. Maybe she saw her go into the apartment complex, but
I
did
didn't think it
not
was
like.
oh, okay, it's an apartment complex. It
Yeah,
looked more like a
yeah,
house. I
yeah.
guess
It's like a bigger.
you Callies in your weird apartments.
Yeah, yeah. All their weird, like mushed together, kind of Big Lebowski looking apartments.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go.
Winkies. I have a clue about Winkies.
Mm-hmm. Now this scene is quite famous or
Oh, it's
infamous.
the dude.
Yeah, he's in everything. Under the Silver Lake and a bunch of stuff. Lost 2, I believe. Oh, and Twin Peaks: The Return. Patrick Fischler, I think his name is. He rocks. I always like him.
Oh, he had a dream about this place.
Yeah,
A dream.
a dream.
Ooh.
Just two buds getting coffee. Maybe they're gonna record a commentary later as besties.
Dude, if I ever go to California, I want to go to this Bob's Burgers or whatever it is.
The Bob's Big Boys,
Yeah.
Bob's Burgers.
That guy has amazing eyebrows.
Yeah, he's got some of the best eyebrows in the biz.
Yeah.
Again, man, another reason why I love Lynch. The dude has the horror in his heart.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Well, and he loves to let people just fucking riff too.
yep. Like this monologue we're getting about
That's what I like
his.
about Mike. I like Mike Flanagan's like my favorite horror director, and he
Yeah,
also does
and
the thing where he just lets people like he gives people like a 3-minute speech and it's just like go nuts with it. And
yep,
sometimes
here it is.
it can get a little annoying and because he does a lot of TV and it's
Yeah, I know
like
people get mad about the monologues in Mike Flanagan a lot, but
but like
I've always liked them. I don't
yeah, and
mind
I
them.
think
Yeah.
I think they're so well done that it's hard to get too mad at them because like he really will just let a guy give a guy like a 5-minute speech just be like go nuts with it.
Yep. Very much so, and yeah. And similar here, yeah, he gets to really let this guy dig into this monologue about his nightmare.
Yep. I don't know. I guess I would also say Mike Flanagan is a very vibey director.
A little bit there. I mean, especially with his 8-hour movies, TV shows on Netflix. Like
Yeah.
you get a lot of hangout. Like Midnight Mass is a lot of just hanging out
Yeah,
and
no, and
vibing.
the haunting of Hill and the other one is very like you really feel like you're like getting told like a campfire story of sorts and like
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
very
and Bly,
melancholy and
yep,
yeah.
Bly Manor also has that that sad
Yeah, no, it
quality.
has a real sad like tinge to it.
Mm. But all right,
Vibey
man.
directors, man, they're just really you really get like a good
Yep,
like they're some of the best in the business.
absolutely. So yeah, man, we're. So he's just said I had a bad dream that there's a scary guy behind this restaurant, and his friend's like, "Well, all right, let's test it out."
Let's go look.
Which I mean, I guess I would
How
do,
did you
but
leave
I don't
that
know,
bacon
man.
on the table?
Yeah,
You gotta
they
eat
they really
bacon,
didn't
man.
touch their food. You hardly touched your delicious diner food. Oh, geez. We're walking by the entrance to let you know, like, there's no going back now.
That scary staircase and dumpster.
Yeah. And again, broad daylight. I talk about how I like broad daylight horror a lot.
Hmm.
Something about it. Ugh.
That's what back in the day. That was what my then girlfriend at the time kind of did to sell me on like going watching the first Paranormal Activity. Because if you remember,
Hmm.
before Paranormal Activity, I was a wimp when it came to horror movies, and
Yeah,
she
and
was
that was
trying to convince me to watch it, and she was like, "Oh, don't worry, it's not all dark. It's stuff happens during the day too that I think you'd find interesting." And I
that
was
don't
like, "I
help.
don't know. I don't do horror." And then ah, that legitimately got me too.
Yeah, it's a freaky jump scare,
I
man.
was told about it and everything.
Yeah, that's what makes it a cool scene is you're like he basically tells you what's gonna happen and then it happens, but it's that like ugh, just the idea of like, oh shit, my dream is real. I didn't realize this and now it's
Notice
too late.
occurrences surrounding the man behind Winkies. Well, the guy had a dream that seemed prophetic,
Yeah. And
and there was a terrifying man behind Winkies.
there was indeed. Uh oh, and okay, this dude, weird detail, because it's the guy from it's the arm from Twin Peaks, same actor,
Yes, right,
who is a little person, but they have put him into like a fake giant man costume. Like,
right. Why is
which
there a
is
light specifically on that?
that telephone.
Yeah, that's
I
weird.
don't know, but that's a clue. Uh, I think, right? Don't they mention?
Let me see. Let me
No,
check
no,
my
they don't. Okay,
clues.
I was like, no, no, it was a red lampshade. Sorry, not just lampshades in general.
Notice appearances of the red lampshade.
Oh, there
Oh,
we
there you
go.
go. Red
Okay,
lampshade.
I knew it was coming. There was.
I'm noting this appearance.
I guess it's well they said the girl is still missing, and we did see a lot of people talking on telephones, but I guess that telephone was not answered. So she must maybe that's her room. I don't know. But anyway, we're meeting our hero now. Good
Oh,
old,
okay.
good old Naomi Watts. She seems happy. More daytime stuff, which, yeah, as you mentioned, that's why you shouldn't have been scared of Paranormal Activity.
Yes. Which then again is was my gateway horror. I
Hmm.
watched it and was like, damn, I'm a horror guy now.
Yeah, yeah, it clicked for you. That is one of the freakier parts in that one when you realize, like, oh, they can fuck with you in the daytime. It seems like the ghost is breaking the rules, the unspoken ghost rules.
Yeah.
You can't.
Well, in the house, I Twin Peaks, not Twin Peaks, Paranormal Activity does a really good job of like selling you on that the house gets more like it becomes more hostile as time goes on with like its use of absence of sounds and like sometimes Mika's just walking around and like there's this like droning sound in the background and you're just like this is a hostile place now. Like I might as well be in the fucking desert right now. That's how dangerous it is.
Exactly. How just even yeah how dangerous everything becomes because even like the glasses are just shattering while you're holding it.
Yeah.
Like
Randomly pictures are getting scratched out and
oh
oh,
geez,
these dudes look like they are zombies.
yeah. Ugh.
What in the hell is wrong with these old people?
I don't know, man. They seemed so nice and friendly, but
No, everything about them is screams danger.
they're keeping their creepy. Yeah, it's like oh they seem happy, but the fact that they stay happy all the way on the ride back makes it just ugh. Most disturbing thing.
Man, I love it when Lynch will just like Why are you smiling like that too? Everybody, stop smiling.
Just so
Nobody
happy
is
to be
this
here.
happy to be at an apartment.
Such a beautiful apartment, though. I mean, don't get me wrong, it is a nice apartment.
Yeah, it probably costs like $25,000 in
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no.
California.
Too damned expensive. Though I think as we, well, I'll let you find out. The situation is. I can't. I've given too much away. Aw, Coco.
Damn, I love her necklace.
Pearl and them big pearl earrings too
Yeah.
that are also butterfly earrings. That's kind. Yeah, man. Sometimes I am kind of like, oh, I wish this was a TV show. I could have had an adventure with Coco every week, you know, and the dog pooping everywhere.
Yeah, we finally met that dog.
hmm Oh, kangaroo. That's not one of the 10 clues, but all right. This would be like the friend's apartment. Would have been a fine,
The inconsistencies of apartments and TV shows.
Yeah, yeah.
Somebody should write an
Okay.
essay on that, and that should be the title of it. Not me, but somebody should.
Probably. And
Give
yeah,
me
yeah,
a writing credit on it if you go into it.
yeah.
They do
No,
kind of
no.
explain the they do kind of explain it in Friends towards the end
Mm.
when Chandler's talking to the baby like at the final episode, and he's like, "This was a happy home, and this was your first home, and thanks to rent control, it was a friggin' steal." And I'm just like, "Yeah, okay,
I remember that kind of like
yeah,
that scene. I must have watched that. Yeah, where he's like telling the kid what an amazing place the apartment
yeah."
was. And
And
it's like,
now because of rent control, it was a freaking steal.
and I guess this place, yeah, it's not necessarily a
This is
steal
such
because
a
it
TV
was.
apartment.
It is very like, yeah, yeah, yeah. We would be like coming in for an adventure. I guess it would be a little bit like the Great Northern in your Twin Peaks, where it's what ends up being a very homey
It has a
like
real we're gonna be visiting this place every every
every
week kind of
episode. Yeah,
feel to it.
nah, very much. Well, but yeah, see, like she's staying at her Aunt Ruth's while Aunt Ruth is out, so it's like she's not even rent control. She doesn't have to pay for this place.
Oh yeah,
She's so
nepotism,
darn privileged. Yeah,
nepotism.
yeah. I hate it. Pay
Everybody
your
in
own way.
TV's got a fancy aunt or uncle or
Yeah. I don't actually hate it.
cousin.
If you got a fancy aunt or uncle and can live in LA for free, like why not? Go for it.
I don't like it. David's being too nice.
You're
Us
you're, you're
normies
like
have to pay for our way.
yeah, you're more of a bootstraps guy. Like, hey,
Yeah,
you get a job, you can't get a job, you join the military. Darn it.
yeah, you darn kids. Also, she's just sitting in that shower, but the shower's not on. Like,
No, I think she maybe finished it, but was just standing around in a
she
daze.
seems very our heroine seems very okay with with what is going on.
Yeah, she's just like, oh, this is a friend of my aunt or something. Anyway, I'll get back to unpacking. I guess you get what you pay for. It's like, well, this is not my, not my house. Whatever. It's none of my business. I'd also, rather be known as a great actress than a movie star.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Hmm.
Being known for your art, not just the movies you starred in.
Yeah, well, as she said, sometimes you get known as both, so she kind of
Yeah.
wants both. Yeah, she's
Yeah, you want to be
she's
Tom Cruise, essentially.
yeah, she's doing some fake humble.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, don't be lying down if your head is noticeably bleeding.
Yeah.
That's not a great idea.
Though, again, the idea that you wouldn't just, like, call the police immediately is so
Yeah,
strange. Enjoy
she's
yourself.
nice. She's
Bitsy?
naive. She's from a small town,
Is that
full
Bitsy?
of. Hmm?
Was that Bitsy? Enjoy yourself, Bitsy?
Uh, Betty.
Okay.
Betty's Naomi Watts, and Rita is I believe this lady, the amnesic lady, Laura Herring. Oh, there's Dan Hedaya, Clueless's dad. Um, Also the bad guy from the Blood Simple there, the one who hires the guy to kill his wife. Yeah, here we're meeting Justin Thoreau, the third lead, I guess. Oh, also the lady who plays the monster behind the dumpster.
Was that
You
wait?
might
Is that a lady?
it's a woman playing it. Yeah, yeah, whatever that creature is.
Yeah.
But you might know her from a different horror franchise, The Nun.
Oh,
She plays the nun in The Nun.
she's the nun in Nun.
Yeah, yeah. Good for her.
If you could, I mean, I say this even though you're already a zombie, but like if you could be a horror like monster besides a zombie, what would you choose to be? Like if you What would you spend 8 to 9 hours in makeup for?
Ooh. Oh, I would be some kind of like a creature from the Black Lagoon,
Yeah,
obviously.
see,
Some
I
kind
was
of
thinking
swamp.
Swamp Man. I was thinking
Yeah.
Swamp Man too for
A swamp
myself. Just
man.
like a big
Yeah.
old swampy looking creature who.
Yep. I'd be Swamp Thing or Man Thing. I would be
Yeah.
Essential Man Thing. Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh yeah. Who
Take
was the
care of
girl they
this.
put? Was it our heroine?
No, it was a lady we haven't seen
Okay.
before. The photo was a third woman. Who are they're strong arming him into this is going to be the lead of your movie. And him being a bit of a prima donna director, he's like, nah, screw that. Take care of these guys.
You'll never work in this town again.
Exactly. They're perhaps some Harvey Weinstein-esque figures, it seems.
You're a man who's been on a movie set or two. Have you ever heard that? You'll never work in this town again.
No, no. To be fair, I've not I've worked on like student films and fellow David type dreamers trying to make it work in this crazy town. I've yet to work on a studio picture, so no, I've
Gotcha,
never
gotcha.
I've never encountered
You've
gentlemen
experienced
like
some more of I can't afford to not tell you that you can't work in this town again. Kind of kind
exactly.
of kind of
Yeah, more of that.
productions.
Yeah, more of that. Like, please don't leave because if you do, I don't have a cameraman or whatever. More in that area. And like, oh darn, I guess I'll have to play the part myself. See, this is some fun, goofy twin David Lynch
Yes, it
stuff.
is.
This guy hating the coffee and spitting it out. And also, but I guess this happens a lot because they were like, "Oh, he'll like this one. I know it." And no.
Oh shoot!
Whoa. Oh damn.
What every director loves to hear.
Yep, it's no longer
You're
your
no
film.
longer your film.
I had to deal with so much creative interference on Azathoth, man. The producers just didn't understand my vision.
Oh. And the producer was that guy in my head.
Yes, most definitely. My imaginary friend who lives behind the
Imaginary
dumpster.
friend who was filming, who was bankrolling the whole thing
Yep, yep,
with his buddy from the Cayman Islands.
exactly. All them the mafia ties or whatever.
Yeah.
I was
You and I back in TV production be like, oh, but the teacher said we couldn't do that.
no, exactly. Miss McDonald. Sorry to dox her, but yeah, she would always be like, "You're off the project,
Yeah.
Tanner. We can make this movie with or without you, or whatever."
Oh.
This always kind of bums me out that when I watch this movie because Justin Theroux, very good looking dude, a lot of weird charisma. I feel like he should
Yeah.
have, hit bigger. I feel like.
Willing to beat a car with a
With his
cane,
golf club.
with a golf club cane.
Just getting his revenge.
So is his movie being bankrolled by the mob? Is that what's going on there?
We don't know if they're mafia backed, but they do seem like shady characters, I guess, these guys. And they are called the Castigliani brothers or whatever,
Yeah.
which not to stereotype, but
What in the fuck is this room? What in
this
the
night
ever loving?
this nightmare room, man,
Yeah.
where the Mr. Roke, and we're learning this mysterious gentleman.
Lynch loves a good
A scary room, yeah.
just a weird ass scary room.
Yeah, this is basically a lodge, either the black in between the black or the white lodge, whatever's going on here. Oh, this is a blue lamp, which I don't think the clues mention,
No, but
so
the
I don't
blue
know if that
lamp
helps.
ties it to the Lynchiverse, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's right, because of
Yeah.
well, there's the blue rose, and now there's a blue lamp. I will say, yeah, I feel like the lamp might be not what we should be focusing on. just, just at a then saying he refuses to make the movie, so we're gonna shut everything down. Oh, but Camilla Rhodes is the name of the actress who they're forcing on him, the one we only have seen a photo of so far.
Gotcha.
And that is one of the 10 clues, is did talent alone help Camilla? Which I guess the answer is no, because
No.
clearly these guys are helping her. Oh, now
This
this dude, I
Brad
feel
Pitt
like if
looking mofo.
yeah, I feel like if Matthew Lillard didn't take over, I feel like this guy could have been a good Shaggy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, bro, you look good.
Both of these guys should be on the beach.
Yeah, these are
Surfers
some.
looking ass.
Speaking of, I really want to watch. It only lasted like 2 seasons on AMC. Did Lodge 49?
Which one's what's Lodge 49 about?
It's supposed to be kind of like an Under the Silver Lake or Inherent Vice. Like it's about like a surfer dude who gets sucked into a crazy conspiracy,
Oh,
like a
really?
mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah, people really like it. Say it's like funny and noiry. So, and since it only lasted 2 seasons, I'm like, yeah, I'll go through that. The history of the world in phone numbers.
Oh, damn.
Ooh, they were not bros.
They were not, in fact, bros.
Nope.
Dude, nobody's. Why would anybody commit suicide with a silencer?
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Why didn't you just put the safety on while you were putting? You could have just put the safety on while you
No,
were putting it in the hand, and then took the
fuck,
safety off afterwards.
you fucked it up. Something bit me bad.
You
You
could have
should have
just
brought
shot
that
her.
gun.
You could have just shot her
Yeah.
again because she already has a gunshot no matter what.
Yeah. Like at this point, you kind of gotta take care of it faster than he was doing. Don't drag her into like another room to kill her. And look, man, this is me coming from my years of Hitman
Yeah,
experience. I know what you're supposed to do.
professional zombie hitman David.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm like that Nosferatu movie about the vampire with guns or whatever, but for zombies. I'm zombie assassin.
Zombie assassin.
I think zombie assassin is a Magic the Gathering card, actually, if I'm
Okay,
remembering.
now I need to know. Zombie
Assassin MTG.
MTG is the first thing that came up in the Google search.
Oh, so
Zombie
it must be.
assassin MTD.
Yep.
Let's see. What does this zombie assassin do?
Yeah, he's like long, slender man looking, right? In the
Yeah.
picture.
He's got
Yeah, I
like kind of
remember.
looks like the final alien in Alien Romulus. He's got a similar.
Yeah, the hybrid thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but this dude's still bumbling.
Dude, this. How many people are you gonna end up having to kill in this
I know, because then now the
situation?
janitor. And see, man, if this was a TV show, we could be checking in with the bumbling hitman every
Yeah.
every
See.
week. Would have been great.
Did you just accidentally do the shot again?
I think he's trying to like make it look like there was a struggle, I guess, by shooting another gun, but then he set off the fire alarm.
Just leave!
Oh, but he gets the book of mysterious phone numbers, so. Oh, but what does Zombie Assassin do, Tanner?
Zombie Assassin does something with the graveyard, but I know nothing about Magic the Gathering, so
I'll have to get in on this. Look at Zombie Assassin to explain what he can do in Yu-Gi-Oh terms. So if you remove 2 cards in your graveyard from the game, you can destroy a non-black creature.
yeah. It's all
So you got your
gook to me.
well, remember like in Yu-Gi-Oh, you got the graveyard where you discard all your cards, right? Or the dead monsters go. So if you remove 2 of those from the graveyard, take them out of the game entirely, you can destroy any creature of your choice as long as they're not black.
What is a black creature?
That's the skull logo one. There are like 5 colors that are the magic alignments. So black is usually like zombies, rats, and scary stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you got like white, green, red, and blue for the different alignments.
Are they elemental based or are they more?
A little bit, because they're each associated with different lands, which are what you tap to summon. So black is swamp, and blue is island, etc.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
The jig is up.
Yeah. And then she kicks this stranger out of her house, and the movie's over. There's no more conflict.
Did she know her name was Rita?
Yeah, she said it earlier, kind of in a because she saw on the poster it was Rita Hayworth.
Okay, so she gave an assumed name then.
Yeah, so she was like, "Oh, I'm Rita."
I don't know who I am.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, I don't know who I am. I was right.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you mean? I thought you were ahead of me, but no, you had just guessed correctly what the line was going to be.
I'm just that good.
You know this kind of story. This is a tale as old as time. Some amnesiac lady, and there's a mystery afoot.
Like Nosferatu, tale as old as time.
Exactly. Beauty and the Beast. And I guess the Beast in this movie would be the monster behind the diner. To quote Jack Nicholson Joker, we're like Beauty and the Beast. Of course, anybody else calls you Beast, I'll rip their lungs out. Talking to Kim Basinger there.
God, that was the longest unzip I've ever seen.
Yeah, man, for the drama. Build the suspense a little. Whoa.
Money.
A bag of money. Another tale as old as time.
Yep.
Look at all them Ben Franklins. Ben Franklin once said, "Before a marriage, keep your eyes wide open. After a marriage, keep them half shut," which I think is where Eyes Wide Shut gets its name. Oh. Who gives a key and why? That's clue number 5.
Key and why. Okay. So we know who giveth the key. Is that a key though? It looks more like a
I mean, it's like a funky looking sci-fi kind of key. It does look like like just a mini wrench. No, here's the assassin guy's posse. I guess he's got a crew.
Why is this girl flipping her hair so much?
She
might be on drugs. Okay.
Yeah, it seems like she might be a tweaking, perhaps.
Yeah. She does look like she just stepped off the set of Breaking Bad. It's just,
She does look like, yeah, she's gonna crush someone's head with the ATM.
yep.
Like, mhm. But it is a Lynch movie, so she might just be weird.
She doesn't have her memories.
Yeah, we're figuring it out. It's a lot to take in, Tanner. She just got to LA to fulfill her dream, and now she's got to deal with this homeless amnesiac lady.
That's true.
Also, I will say, not to judge too harshly, but I feel like if she was not as pretty as she was, she would probably be kicked out a lot faster from this situation. like, like if she looked like the monster behind the dumpster, Naomi Watts would be like, "Well, I'm very sorry, but you have to get out of my house right now." Uh-oh, they've like shut down the movie.
Damn, dude's a quitter.
Yeah, man. He's like, "This sucks. I'm out of here."
But the movie.
Yeah, that's more important, man.
Yep. His movie's gonna bring back cinema.
Yeah, it would have been the greatest film of all time.
Yep.
Whatever it is. Whatever this vague movie. That's the title of the movie, Tanner. Not the movie Justin Theroux's making, the movie that we're watching.
It might be the movie that Justin Theroux's making.
Might be making a movie called Mulholland Drive. No, we're doing the Scooby Doo stuff.
Well, yes, you've been dealing with the homeless person.
Yeah.
Crashing in your grandmother's, in your aunt's house.
Yeah. She hasn't had time to get a feel for the city. this this beautiful town.
Did you do that when you first arrived in good old Cali? Did you just
Yes,
be like,
I hope.
I just need to walk. I need to beat. I need
Yeah,
to walk
first thing
this
I
beat.
did. No, quite the opposite actually. In my experience, you're very anxious and overwhelmed. So the first year, I kind of just stayed in my house a lot, like to be confessional. Like I don't. Yeah, was not doing as active an exploration as I could have. I like LA. I enjoy living here, but it definitely is a town like you have to put effort into to like make work, if that makes sense.
You gotta like settle in, or
And overcome a lot of like anxiety because it's very loud and cacophonous and full of
yeah,
scary weirdos. But there's a lot of also just beautiful, and cool places. And of course, I live in a house just like this.
yeah, of course. With all that money that your imaginary friend gave in the Cayman Islands.
Exactly, got bankrolled to make
Yep.
this Azathoth franchise, this Azathoth cinematic universe.
Yep. Coming soon to a theater near you.
Oh, but you're about to see. I don't know if you know who's in this movie, but there's quite a surprise role.
What?
There he is.
Is that who is that?
Billy Ray.
Is that Billy Ray Cyrus?
As
Fresh
the
off
pool
the set
man.
of Hannah Montana.
Yep. The pool man she's having an
I've
affair
never
with.
actually seen Billy Ray Cyrus this young. I was like, wait, is
Yeah,
that
it's kind of
dude?
crazy. This is Hannah Montana was just not even an idea, at this point. He had done Achy Breaky Heart, so he was something kind of at this point.
Billy Ray Cyrus. I want to hear Billy now. What I need is now what I
He's
need is
probably
like Billy Ray Cyrus on doing a YouTube short about how he feels about David Lynch.
Oh yes, pay tribute.
Yeah,
He's got to pay
I
tribute.
want him to pay tribute. That might be the most like OP way to handle being cheated
Discovering
on
an
I've ever
affair.
seen. Yeah. Like
Just
I love
dumped
the
duct
idea
tape
that he
all
just
over the
grabbed her
jewelry.
jewelry and just poured paint all over it.
Pretty good.
Ain't no
Oh,
way
and
to
he's
treat your wife.
I don't care what she's done. You don't rough her up.
Was Billy Ray Cyrus then just a person who like tried to do movies as well, or is he just like?
I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure if this was part of like a career that didn't take off, or if like it was just David Lynch being like, "Oh, that would be weird for Billy Ray Cyrus to be in this movie."
Just
So
convinced
I'm
him
I'm not,
otherwise?
yeah, I'm not sure, but oh man, he's bloodied up.
Oh yeah, we got
You
punched by
are right.
Billy
That
Ray
is that.
Cyrus.
Yeah, man. He didn't stand a chance against them big old muscles.
But he gets a 10 out of 10 for how he handled it because I was just so freaking
Yeah,
funny.
pouring the paint is something I someday I want to do that if I ever have a breakdown or like quit dramatically or something. Just pour paint everywhere.
Yep.
All right, they're hiding it in this here hat box. All the money, which is not one of the clues. Clue 11: pay attention to the hat box. All right, they did one of them spit shakes on it.
A good old boy shake.
They pinky sweared. Oh, and look where they're going for
They're
lunch.
going to Winkies.
Yeah, freaking
Popular
Winkies.
dining chain. Winkies. Oh, they're
The
just
love
using their
dining.
phone. How could you go by a diner named Winkies and not go into it? For shame.
Yeah, man. It's like there's a wink. It's like a McDonald's in the David Lynch verse. Everybody loves Winkies, or I guess Denny's. It would be the Denny's of this world.
I gotta tell you though, now when I get paid, I am definitely going to our small town diner. I just have a
Yeah,
hankering
man.
now for small time fair food.
David Lynch did his job, man.
David
He's
Lynch did
like,
his job. I didn't even see. All they had was eggs on that plate, but it's like I gotta go to a diner now.
damn, I kind of want some a grand slamwich or hash
Yeah.
browns or something. Yeah, yeah. I really liked that local one around Rockledge though that had like the lady on it.
Uh,
I remember that being pretty good. It
yeah,
was
yeah,
good,
yeah.
not good food.
Well, diner food is always interesting because at the end of the day, it's just food you could go make at home. Like they don't.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's not
That's
really special per se, unless you
no,
find a
no.
place that has like, oh, the best pie in 3 states.
Exactly, but it's kind of the point is that it's supposed to be not that amazing.
Yeah,
Is like
and
the
the kind of the
comfort of
point
it.
is that it's just like it's all American, but you don't have to make it. So it somehow makes it a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Diane.
Diane.
Oh, they're really showing that it's Diane. Up.
God,
I'm thinking.
Rita is a very pretty woman.
Oh yes, indeed.
You know how Bond 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 has Bond ladies?
Yeah.
This is very much a Lynch lady.
Oh yes, no, it's true. Like, yeah, everyone has to have the Lynch lady, where you're like, whoa, whoa, wow, you
Yeah,
know.
and also just like very much what Lynch goes for.
Yep, kind of the. I guess now we're talking about the proclivities of a dead man, but yeah, he seemed to like his brunettes that are
Yep.
perhaps troublesome. You know, they got some.
And they have a face, and I mean that in the
Yeah,
nicest way possible. But they have a I don't know how else to describe it, but they have a face.
yep. There is a David Lynch type,
Yep.
I guess. And that goes all the way back to Blue Velvet, because you got your Isabella Rossellini in that one, who's also, yeah, the face, I guess, is not too dissimilar.
Yeah, she reminds me a lot of Audrey. That's where that thought came from.
Yeah, and then you wait. Oh, this scene rules. David Lynch also good taste in music. Whenever he
Yes.
would pick a cool song to. I mean, That's another part of Twin Peaks: The Return. I always liked is at the end of every episode there'd be some cool band
Yeah.
playing a song.
You get like a 5 minute 5 minute music video.
Yep, just stopping in the middle, playing ZZ Top at the Roadhouse. Oh dang, she does not give up that easy. Oh dang, Billy Ray Cyrus. These now
Even
we're
Billy.
learning the power
Oh,
rankings of Mulholland.
he punched that woman in the face. Oh.
And he even took down Billy Ray.
I'm not the kind of guy that goes you can't hit a woman. I think there's
No.
equal opportunity punching to be had, so I do kind of love that he just punched that woman right in the head to get her off.
I know, to get her off after she. I mean, she did jump back a second time. And look, to be equal opportunity, he did punch Billy Ray too.
Yeah,
So
he
it was
punched
not a.
everybody. He's equal opportunity
Yeah.
puncher.
But yeah, man, that's like when Trunks, beats Frieza in one hit to let you know like he means business. You're like, oh, this
Dude's serious.
he one-shotted Billy Ray Cyrus. He's not no joke. Uh-oh.
Dude, that guy's mustache. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
Cookie's mustache here.
Oh. Have you ever wished you could grow a mustache like that?
A little bit. I think hipsters kind of ruined it, but I sometimes would like a handlebar mustache would be kind of
Yeah.
cool.
I have a small mustache, and I probably would hate to have a mustache that's big as voluptuous as that. But
Yeah. I
I
like
don't
a
know.
big
It would be
bushy
fun to
mustache.
one day just be like, oh yeah, I got like this work of art on my face.
Yeah, man, looking like Salvador Dali here. But yeah, man, it's weird. They've even been able to cut off his funds here, even though he pays this guy in cash for this sleazy apartment. Which he says, I pay you in cash, Cookie, so it isn't just like, oh, I needed a place to stay. Like, maybe this is his love shack or something. I don't know.
Maybe it's his hideout.
Yeah, his man cave, I guess.
Someone shut off my money. What?
Yeah, man. Some mysterious. They're putting pressure
That's
on
such
him,
a
not just
weird
the
way to
movie.
say that, to see that as
Yeah,
well. I shut off my money.
very much. Yeah, that's not a phrase I encounter in my day to day.
I'm not broke, I know, but you are broke.
Mhm.
Cowboy.
The
We just
cowboy.
met him. It's that dude with the mustache.
Yeah, maybe that was the cowboy. Ooh. He's like the only guy acting like he's in a David Lynch movie. I'm like, what? What are you telling me?
Yeah, dude, you got punched by Billy Ray Cyrus, the pool man,
Yeah.
who might have even just been by Billy Ray Cyrus, the pool man. I don't know what Billy Ray Cyrus was doing, but he seems like a guy who might have worked pools one day.
Yeah, maybe that was just they dragged him off the street off his pool gig and said, "Hey, you want to be in a movie?"
This woman seems very vested for him to meet the cowboy.
Yeah, because as they say, it's been that kind of day. Mm.
Ooh.
And see, if this was past the pilot, we maybe would have gotten more Cynthia, who seems to, have some unrequited affection for Justin Thoreau here.
Yep. And might want to be called Little Doggy. Maybe it's like a secretary situation.
Yeah, get along, little doggy. Who knows? We'll never know. They gotta bring. They gotta do. They should do an inferior Mulholland Drive TV. If they're doing like, if they're remaking Fatal Attraction, why or and Mr. and Mrs. Smith, why not do an Amazon Mulholland Drive?
I think Amazon will do anything too if you ask them.
Exactly, as long as
if you ask
there's
them
nothing they
to.
won't touch.
They're gonna do Mr. and Mrs. Smith as an anthology, so it's gonna be a
Oh, so it's gonna be a different.
different Mr. and Mrs.
Well,
Smith every season for however long it
okay,
lasts.
that's something, I guess.
I'm kind of cool on it. I like the first season a fair bit. I don't think it was
Yeah,
amazing, but it certainly was
the
enjoyable to
Donald
watch.
Donald Glover one, right?
Yeah, it was Donald Glover, and then I don't remember who the woman was.
But and then Ron Perlman was showing up in there.
Yeah, but they did. Oh, that was one of my biggest problems with that show was the Ron Perlman thing. Only because it was a brutal reminder that Ron Perlman is old as fuck.
Oh, right, because he was like peeing himself and
Yeah, he
stuff
was
in that one, right?
incompetent. He was and literally incontinent at some points.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
Yeah. Which, if I want to watch Ron Perlman be old, I can just go watch Sons of Anarchy, and it's a lot better. and,
Yeah. Where he,
and a lot cooler, too.
yep. And doesn't he have pee problems in Sons of Anarchy too? Like Jax has to hold his hand while he gets an IV or something. I'm trying to
I
remember.
think so.
Like in season 4 when they stop, right before they stop being friends, become
Yeah.
enemies. Yeah. But he carries himself with more dignity on Sons of
But he's at
Anarchy,
least
obviously.
allowed to be a badass. Yeah, and
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
and Mr. and Mrs. Smith, he's essentially a device to tell them that they don't want kids because he acts like a
Yeah.
child.
Very much. Ugh. Oh, so that was Louise, the neighbor, who tells her that she knows something's wrong and someone else is in that house. Uh, I will confess, Louise is the one part of the movie that I'm like, that was probably one thing too many. And maybe if it was a TV show, we'd get more with Louise, the
Was she
wacky
like a
neighbor.
psychic?
She looked like it,
She
yeah.
looked
She's
a
got like
little
the fortune,
bohemian.
yeah, and she's got like the fortune teller get up, and
Yeah,
is
yeah.
like, oh, something's wrong in this house. Eh, cowboy. David Lynch loves driving at night, and it looks so very menacing when he does. Whenever he has it in his movies. Because like half of Twin Peaks: The Return is the bad Cooper driving around on the highway at night. Mm. Time for some more Lynchy stuff, man.
Oh yeah, the
We're
cowboy.
about to meet the cowboy. There he is.
Oh yeah, he's a cowboy for sure.
He's absolutely a
He
cowboy.
just stepped off the set of Yellowstone.
Hmm.
Dude kind of looks like Woody Harrelson. Now
He
I'm just
doesn't
thinking
look very
about. I
Woody
wish
Harrelson.
Woody Harrelson was in a David Lynch movie.
That would have been so good. He would have fit like a glove. Now, this dude has no eyebrows, also, which I think he
Yeah,
shaved them for the movie. Which kind of anxious to get to it, aren't you? Yeah, sure.
this dude is the most. I'm in a David Lynch show or movie that I've ever seen. I don't.
Oh yeah.
Nobody in Twin Peaks acts this way.
No. No,
He's
he's
just like,
actually
what the fuck is going on?
yeah, he's actually like a regular person in the. He's like Frank Grimes a little bit. He's like the only regular dude in a
Yep.
Twin Peaks in a David Lynch movie.
At this point, I would just be like, "What do you want?
Yeah, tell me what you want me
Tell
to
me what
do,
you
and
want me to
I'll do it.
do."
Yeah, there you go.
There
Yeah.
you go.
If you fix your attitude. Mm. And then
Maybe I'm too much of a coward, but like I would have already agreed to this. I'd have been like, "Okay."
yeah, 100% sure thing. Oh, especially with this line.
Yeah.
See me one more time
They
if you
would
do
never have
good.
had to get this far with me. I would have just been like, "Okay."
Yep, yep, sounds good. That's the lady. And yeah, maybe I don't have enough artistic integrity, but I'd be like, yeah, fine. This lady seems like some, beautiful Hollywood starlet. Okay, sure. Like
If she can
she'll
act,
be
I
the
mean, yeah, I mean, it's yeah,
yeah.
fine.
Maybe she can't act. I don't know, but just from the photo, I'd be like, whatever. Yeah, okay. Just don't hurt me.
I guess she's just the roommate now.
Yeah, just hanging out. And she just got to town, so she's like, well, she's amnesic and involved in something dangerous, but I need friends because I just moved
I
here.
need
So
somebody to run lines with.
yeah. Amy Watts does a good job in this scene of being like not an amazing actor. Like
But
she's
trying
just
really
okay.
hard. It's just,
Yeah, yeah. Oh, damn. I wish I had angel babies in the courtyard of my apartment.
I was just about to say, I was going to ask how many apartments in LA actually look like this. It's a
I mean, there
very
are some.
90210 Melrose Place apartment
Yeah,
complex.
exactly. That's more in like the Beverly Hills kind of region. There's a part coming up which is closer to like apartments in my area, so I'll point it out. But yeah, at the moment, this is not my experience with this town per se. Yeah, look at those beautiful pillars. Oh, the jig is up for a second time. Horse Bucky.
God, those earrings are cool.
She doesn't have cool earrings. Coco, always an immaculate dresser.
Yeah. I would have loved
Mm.
to have seen her costuming week to week.
Yeah, she would add a different cool outfit.
Yeah.
Helping out here. Kind of being like, yeah, like, that's a bad idea, but I was young once and inviting strangers into my house, so, well, I'll let it slide.
This woman's been in LA for like 2 days and already has an audition. I know that that's a lie. A lie.
Seems unrealistic. It's true. Seems too good to be true.
She should either be stripping or waitressing.
Jesus. Yeah, she should be at Winky's,
Yeah, she should be at
working with,
Winky's.
with Diane there.
Or at Winky's with a wink.
Yeah, she could be winking at Winky's. Or she should be like that tweaker lady working for the hitman.
Working for the bumbling hitman.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this This
Oh, yeah.
wide-eyed staring. Oh, yeah. Yep.
Wow, the magic of that gate.
The magic of Hollywood.
Yep,
Have you
there
been
it
in any
is.
movie studios? Like I know you're not. I know you're in your guerrilla shadow shooting out there with your Cayman
Yeah,
Island buddy. But have you?
I've never worked on a studio set, but I've visited a couple. Like, I mean, not like the Universal tour, obviously, but yeah, like Paramount and Warner Brothers. I've been at events that were on the site, and those have been cool.
Yeah, I bet you it's
Yeah,
fascinating to be in that area.
it's very weird to like see the Warner Tower and be like, oh shit, that's like the thing.
Yeah, that's the
Like,
thing that I've grown up on.
yeah. But it is very weird because there is like this remove because it is almost it's a gated community of sorts where you're like, oh yeah, that's not really my world. I'm not
Yeah,
like
yeah. It's
walking around.
those
And I
lofty
don't know. There's been
towers.
the what?
The lofty towers.
Yeah, exactly. The Elysium ships or whatever. Also, I like that lady on the left there, the glasses. She's she's Walton Goggins' wife on the Shield back in
Oh,
the day.
it seems almost gross.
Yes, this feels off.
Yeah.
Especially because yeah,
Something about
this
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 doesn't
lead.
feel movie studio-y.
No, this feels a little. So at least it's like okay, her first role was not like working with Tom Cruise or whatever. This seems like a little more rinky-dink
Yeah.
operation. And yeah, this lead dude is clearly a little bit past his prime. and has a Donald Trump-esque tan.
Oh yeah, like dude's been in a spray tan booth for too long.
This ain't great. I would not be comfortable with this
No.
dude I just met being like, hey, let me grab them hips of yours.
That girl looks so wicked out about it.
Mhm.
She has like a lemon look on her face.
Whoa.
Damn, she should definitely get the part though.
Yeah, absolutely. This is like she's making this corny ass scene like really disturbing and involving. I'm getting quiet, listeners. 'Cause this is kind of the best scene ever made. Like it really uh draws me in. And then it like goes long enough that you're just watching the scene, not not the audition. Whoa.
Damn. Yeah, give that girl a part, man. I'll clap
Yeah.
for her. No way you
Seems,
watched that audition and not like that's our girl.
yeah, seems pretty good. Well, there it was. And the director here, just like, oh yeah,
What?
yeah. It was forced.
You talentless hack.
I know, just like, oh yeah, it was all right. Aw.
Is that the aunt or is that just some random
No, that's just some different lady.
who looks a lot like the aunt?
Yeah, she does. But she where is Aunt Ruth, by the way? But nah, she's like from a higher up level of the Hollywood and is like already like grabbing her away from this. Aw, these ladies kind of suck. Yeah, see, they're taking her to real Hollywood now.
Oh
Not,
yeah,
yeah,
not that fake sleazy Hollywood.
yeah, forget that crap.
Oh, we actually get a drop about it as well.
Hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, she killed it. Oh, and here we go. Some magical Lynch, musical number. The song's just 16 reasons why you're great.
Oh, we
Oh,
finally get some connection.
yeah.
Thoreau. Oh
Oh,
no. Oh no.
that freaking zoom in, man, is like
Oh shit. That's some casino. That's some casino shit.
totally. And again, man, that David Lynch, always knows how to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But it was very casino. The oh, this lady's very excited and doesn't seem like he's as excited about.
Is this auditions for the titular the role?
Yes, yes. So,
Oh, so
so, so
he
this,
can't hire this woman.
yeah. So it's kind of a bummer. He kind of just has to, yeah, 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 all the potential actors because he knows, yeah, he's gotta pick Camilla there.
All right, let's see if Camilla has the talent. Is it's part of my question, my clues.
Yeah, right, right. Was it talent alone? Oh, there she is. This song shows up in like commercials now.
Yeah.
I heard some YouTube ad had it a bunch, and I was like, ah, crap, they've ruined it for me a little bit. She ain't bad.
Yeah.
Got some charisma, but
So this movie, the movie, is clearly a period piece. This
looks
is
like it.
his
Yeah,
elaborate way of testing actresses.
Yeah, man. Like they built an entire set already, which is kind of crazy, and they're just like, hey, let's throw them in one at a time.
Yeah, I'd be like, okay, this woman is fine.
Yeah, yeah. Like
There's
I
no
would not.
reason
I'm like,
not. Yeah, that other woman was better, but this woman is.
yeah, I think he's looking pissed because he's being forced to make the decision, but it's not that bad, I feel. And I think now he's like got eyes for Naomi Watts, but like oh, the coffee man is back. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't rest on my artistic laurels enough to like if I had finally crapped out a book and took it to a publisher and I was like, I need you to change this, as long as it wasn't like, oh, the whole story needs to change, I'd probably be like, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Fine. Yeah. Like, yeah, the cowboy even tells him he can cast any other part however he wants.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Aw. But I know he said this is the girl about Camilla, but I think his eyes,
His
tell
eyes
a
say,
tell a different story.
yeah.
And see, that could have been fun to play out across a show. Kind of would have been like in Buffy when Oz keeps like seeing Willow
Yeah,
before they
right,
meet.
right.
Yeah.
Oz.
Oh yeah.
I hope he enjoys his time in Tibet with his wife.
Yeah, yeah. We're doing mystical whatever.
Doing mystical whatever, and I think he leads a like werewolf movement of some kind, and like
Yeah,
becomes a
he's got
pacifist.
some like hippie cult of other recovering werewolves in the comics,
Yep.
and they hang around in like it looks like the Sound of Music, like kind of these meadows or whatever.
Yeah.
But see,
One
these
day
apartments.
I'll actually finish my Buffy journey with the comics, but like I just
Yeah, I'm with you. The comics don't quite capture. I would do it just to do it, kind of more
yeah.
than because they really excite me.
Which is
So
kind of
these
funny
apart,
because like the oh, these is your more your style.
yeah, and even these are a little more upscale for me. But I see more apartments like these, like around my neck of the woods, like Eagle Rock and that. Though these are still very pretty, much prettier than I'm used to. But yeah, a little more rundown, seeing like weird walls like that, more claustrophobic. But what were you saying?
I was gonna say it's weird because you would think Buffy would work better in comic book because you could do stuff like, oh, let's make her sister a giant for some
Exactly,
reason.
like they're and then in the comics, the monsters they fight are way more like kaiju sized and Lovecraft things. Like so, on paper, you're like, oh, cool, it's the stuff they could never afford with the TV. But I
Yeah,
don't know.
but something
Like,
about it is just it's missing.
yep, I agree. It lacks some of the Buffy charm. Also, that outfit on Rita there is something else. And Naomi Watts too. The
Dude,
the
she
the
looks so much like just that era of
yep.
this era, this looks so TV, just in form of
Yep.
horror. I'm not even saying that as a bad thing, but like, girl could have just stepped off of Charmed, or like,
For sure. No, no. And I was thinking like Ally McBeal,
yeah,
kind of.
yeah, Ally
That
McBeal, Charmed, like it just that's such like a TV outfit.
very much, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I kind of take it back. These the green of that apartment, that's a pretty damn big courtyard too. Mhm. I mean, my apartment has a nice little like downstairs. There's like you know a lot of plant life for you to walk through when you leave,
That's
but
nice.
nothing this big. I visited these apartments, uh, and they're pretty cool because they're kind of nearby.
Oh yeah.
And the fun fact about it is, during the early days of Disney, a lot of the animators lived in these apartments,
Oh, okay.
and they modeled the Seven Dwarfs Cottage after this area. Mm.
Could you imagine the idea? I switched
Of
apartments
switching,
with somebody.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, like it's a dorm room or something.
exactly. Just being like, "Hey, man, I want a view of the terrace. Can we swap houses?" Like, yeah, sure, I'll move. Like, that's insane.
Ugh,
I gotta tell you, moving is no fun, and I would
yeah.
try to avoid it as much as possible. I would not be like, "Oh, sure, I'll pack all of my
They did
stuff
that
up
for a
again."
hot second in Friends too. The girls lost a bet, so the guys got their apartment, and they like literally moved. They literally swatched furniture and everything. And though I remember even like as a teenager being like, "What? Why would
Yeah, what a
anybody? First off, why would you do that? Second of all, the logistics of that are just
yeah,
mind-boggling to me."
that's a bet. That's a bet where like everybody loses. Like,
Yeah.
there's no fun outcome there. Like, 'cause it's like I won. Oh, cool. Now I have to move 2 feet down the hall.
Yeah, I literally have to move all my stuff. Essentially, a yeah, just basically swap sides of the apartment I'm on.
Yep. Ugh.
It's funny because I could be in a similar situation because there are 4 bedroom apartments in the apartment complex that I live in, and it's literally
Mhm.
just the next like block over. Like I could look out my window right now and see the 4 bedroom that we would potentially move to. But like
Oh yeah,
because
yeah,
we need the space, like if it becomes available, we kind of have to do it. Even though what
yeah,
it amounts to is literally just like grabbing all your stuff and going like 2 feet down to like take
yeah,
it
yeah.
to
Just
another area.
pushing it into the door next to the house,
Yeah.
basically. Just like, all right, one house down. But yeah, I'm rooting for you. Hopefully, it opens up because that would be sweet.
Yeah,
You
no,
got
it would be
some.
great, but like it somehow feels like with a cross country move, at least you're like, okay, I'm moving to like a whole new place and like a whole
Exactly, a
new
new a
area.
new
But like
life.
this is just like, oh yeah, you just have to go to from one foot to another foot.
Yep. feels even more annoying somehow, just
Yeah,
because it's
somehow
so.
it feels even more annoying. You think it'd be a simpler process, but no.
Yeah, yeah, but it actually is like, ah, geez, like, yeah, yeah, they're pulling the Scooby Doo
Oh
thing
yeah,
off.
yeah. hmm They're snooping.
Yep. Or I guess Nancy Drew would fit better because they're ladies, but and they don't have a dog.
Also, in classic Lynch, we are an hour and 35 minutes into this movie, and I know nothing about anything that's going on. There is a woman. She was maybe going to be killed. She got into a car accident. Now she has amnesia. She has a bag of
Yep.
cash. And Justin Theroux has been told to cast a certain woman in his movie.
Yes, and now we've learned that she thinks her name might be Diane Selwyn, so
Yes,
they're
that too.
now investigating Diane's empty apartment to see what's going on. So that's at least the new development. But seems like something not. Oh,
Ooh. Was the guy in the diner that had the bad dream just a vignette, I guess? Or does he actually have
oh,
things to
you'll have
do?
to you'll have to see if Diner Guy plays a role, because it seemed like he just got scared to death by that monster.
Which kind of looked like the
'Cause
person that was in her bed. So
yeah. It kind of looks like a similar critter. Ugh. David Lynch is always good at corpses that look really fucked up.
yeah, that look a lot like corpses.
Yep. Speaking of Lake Mungo, actually, yeah, kind of that. She's freaking out, man.
Yeah, man. To be fair, there was a corpse.
Yeah, you did just see a dead body.
Can't blame her for the freak out.
Yep.
I'm kind of curious, like, you know how in movies you see a lot of like people that go through like harrowing situation,
Right.
they kind of puke, you know, like not
Yeah,
just seeing
usually they
gross
go
stuff,
like,
but like people who are like just in bad situations, they tend to upchuck, and I've always wondered if that's a movie thing or if that's something that actually happens, because like I've had anxiety before, but never of the like I feel like I need to puke kind of
yeah,
anxiety. My anxiety is just more like a just like racing heart
yeah,
kind of stuff.
yeah. I've never puked out of emotion
Yeah,
like in that way.
yeah. No, neither have I. Nor have I
I
ever
think
felt like the.
it must happen in real life because I remember in our criminal psych forensic class, they brought in one of our older teachers who was like an FBI guy back in
Mhm.
the day,
Yeah.
and he tells the story that they have the students listen to like the screams that were recorded. And he says like, yeah, and I remember just running outside to puke. So clearly, I think it probably does happen if you
Yeah.
see or hear effed up stuff. You go have a reaction
Why is she wearing a wig?
because she's since she they found the dead body. She's like, oh, I'm actually now kind of scared because clearly bad dudes are involved, maybe murder. So she
Yeah.
wants to like be in hiding.
I thought maybe she was trying to steal this girl's life for a second.
It kind of feels that way. It does feel like that classic, TV trope of like the new lady starts stealing my identity.
Woo! Boobies. Sorry.
Yeah, of course.
I
Why
do love
would
some tasteful nudity in my
some
flicks.
yep. And that was kind of the appeal of it at the time. I remember that was like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, it was sold on this a little bit.
Mm-hmm. That HBO,
Or
the HBO mode gambit.
exactly the old if you go see this movie in the theater, there's some lady bits. Is she or
Yeah.
whatever? No.
It's hard to believe people used to go like see adult films in theaters. I know this is a total is a total out of left field comment, but
No, it's true. It's true.
like the
Like
idea of that is just crazy to me.
well, 88 Rain Man was the highest grossing movie that came out that year, which is like crazy to consider
Yeah.
that it was that was the blockbuster, was the Tom Cruise and Dustin Hoffman on the road trip and he's got autism. Like that was like, oh hell yeah, everybody's got to go see that. That's what everyone's talking about.
Oh damn, we're
Yeah,
yeah,
you're
getting
you're
kissy.
getting your is it sexy.
Yeah, we're getting it. Is it sexy? I didn't think that they were like that. They seemed like good, very good friends.
But no, something else was brewing. Speaking of, I gotta go to the bathroom, so you enjoy this tasteful sex scene.
Yeah, you go pee. I'll enjoy the tasteful.
You provide color commentary.
Okay. There's some tasteful touching. Have you ever done this before? I don't know. I guess she would be keyed up after her movie scene. Damn, they're into it. Okay. Okay, movie. She's just a small town girl. Damn, this Twin Peaks music kicking in.
I'm back.
I'm in love with you has been
Whoa,
called. Whoa. I don't
that's
even know who I
unusual.
am.
Well, yeah, something weird's going on. Because one, you shouldn't be in love with an amnesic person you met 2 days ago. That's a bad idea. but
What it?
But yeah, man. Did you provide the John Madden, play-by-play
Oh yeah,
commentary?
I was. There was booby touching. There was kissing. At one point, her tongue was weirdly
Going
like
all
poking
over.
the side of her face. I don't know if that was intentional or she just missed. But yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So no, pretty out there scene.
yeah. No,
Yeah, I remember.
Silencio.
Oh,
Silencio. I have a clue
one of
about Silencio.
what is felt, realized, and gathered at the Club Silencio, which I guess spoiler. Now you no hay banda, Robert.
Oh,
Robert Forster star is the cop guy.
oh yeah. He hasn't been around here in a while.
Yeah, the cops seem not too not investigating too closely what's going on here. But no hay banda. Spanish for there is no band. Uh-oh. I've made a huge mistake having sex with you.
I'm married. I just remembered.
Yeah, the way she looks is very much like, waking up the morning after, like, ah, crap. Like,
What do
what
you
did I do?
like? What do you do in that situation? I guess if you have amnesia and you get involved with somebody, and then like it suddenly comes back, you realize, oh crap, I'm married.
Yeah,
I
see,
guess
that's
the
why
first.
what I was getting at with, like, one, she has head trauma, so don't be having sex with her. But also, don't have sex with amnesic people, because I feel like that'll go very bad if.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess maybe if it's been like, look, I've been amnesic for 2 years, they couldn't find my family, time to move on. I get
But then
that.
you
But
always
this
have
is
to live
only
with the
like
idea that
a
maybe one day they get their memories back and they find out that they married a Russian mobster or something, some other, or just
exactly
married. Period. You know.
comes looking for revenge or whatever. Yeah, you never know. But I'm stealing this. But I remember a comment on a forum back in the day saying that it was very funny. They said, "Yeah, I saw Mulholland Drive in the theaters, and that sex scene inspired two women in front of me to start making out, and it was more disturbing than anything David Lynch has ever come up with." Which I always thought was a funny line.
That is hilarious. I don't know if I would have been disturbed by it. I would just been like, wow.
You would have been like, "All right, let's see where this is going." But I guess
I mean, I wouldn't be lecherous about it, but I'd be like, good for them. Whoa, Silencio is
pretty freaky.
maybe the portal to hell.
It looks like they're going to hell, man. You might be onto something there, Tanner. Oh, allegedly that's Laura Palmer to the right in a cameo, but it's never been confirmed.
Wait, what?
The lady to the right in the background, the blonde lady, looks like Laura Palmer.
Oh, but nobody's ever been able to confirm if that's the actual actress?
Or at least I haven't in my research, but I know some people are like, I think I've heard it somewhere, that's like an uncredited cameo by her. Oh. Also, this dude is not, is more evidence that this is hell, perhaps, because
He does
he's
look like one,
certainly
though.
Might be Mephisto himself. Ooh.
There was somebody yesterday trying to start a rumor that Paul was really Mephisto.
Oh, of
That was
course.
going to be a big reveal.
But doesn't Paul like get amnesia and he's freaking out because his kids were fake? That would be really Mephisto would have to really be committing to the bit at this point.
Also, he's already like the son of a villain because that math like god dude that kicks off that whole event, I think it's his father or something. So it's even more
Yeah.
unlikely, but that's the level of desperation that Spider-Man fans are at nowadays.
I mean, make this guy Mephisto. Bring him into the MCU. That'd be kind of cool.
People are so desperate for Spider-Man and for Mephisto to be a Spider-Man villain, which he never was to begin with.
No, that's what's so stupid about. That's what's extra dumb about One More Day is that it's like, man, you couldn't have picked like a Spider-Man villain to
Yeah.
be the major part of this, not just plucking a different Marvel
Random
guy.
devil who is just the devil.
Yeah, and not even like the Marvel devil, like Dormammu, is a way bigger deal.
Yeah.
I feel. I don't know. I could be wrong, but there are cooler Marvel demons, is all I'm saying.
Yeah. Why she's shaking?
Yeah, they're having some seize attack from whatever he's pulling.
He must be a magician.
Yeah, he's the mind freak. Ugh. He is. Look, he just poofed. I like the audience is just kind of half full and bored. They're not as impressed as we are by this crazy crap.
What's the weirdest like thing in LA you've been to? Like that's like this.
There are some like rinky-dink theaters I've been to, and like some weird performance art that kind of this reminds me of. Not the smoke and magic, but the vibes of like this
Just
kind
the
of half full
strangeness.
crappy theater. Yeah, and look, there's a cookie from earlier with the mustache. His apartment guy. Mhm.
That woman's posture is bugging me.
He seems perhaps drugged. I don't know.
Yeah.
Doesn't look.
Something's going on there.
They're very moved.
Yeah, they're very emotional about this. All the rest of
Yeah.
everybody else in the audience is kind of checking on their watch, but
Yeah, it's not a popular show, but it's like speaking to them. Something. Oh, oh,
aw.
yeah. They
Drugs,
told you.
or she was moved to the drugs.
Yep. But man, he told you at the beginning that there wasn't actually a band, but they still kind of got taken in by the performance. But then it's like, oh yeah, she wasn't actually singing. I also remember hearing a story on the same forum of a guy saying like, yeah, I rented it in high school because I heard naked women were kissing in it, and I wanted to see that, and I started fast forwarding to look for it, but I accidentally came to this scene and just started crying from how beautiful the woman sings, which I think is a very cute story. He was just looking for some lesbian action, but then just got very moved by the movie
I'm sorry, but
instead.
that's a high school move. That's I can't go get porn in the '90s, but Blockbuster
Actually,
has the girl
has
next
Mulholland
door
Drive for
has
me.
has the
Yeah,
girl next door, and I can rent that, so I'm gonna just use that to get off.
exactly. But as he said, he ended up loving the movie because he accidentally missed that part while fast forwarding.
The thing
But hey,
'90s kids, the
they now
thing
have this
'90
box.
kids went through that modern kids don't have to deal with.
Oh yeah. You just get full access, which you know what I have mixed feelings about. Feel like the effort might have been better for people
Yeah,
long
well,
term
hey,
instead of unlimited
I
access. But hey,
distinctly remember this is gonna be the weirdest thing, and I'll promise not to get too graphic, but I
all right, keep it PG because this is a family show.
I distinctly remember back when I was going through the throes of hormones, I had a little camcorder because I was always an aspiring film
Oh
person of
yeah,
some kind. So I used to
I
my
don't like
mom
where this is going.
my well the family computer was in my mom's closet, so I couldn't very well be doing my business in there. So I used to have to get the camcorder and
Oh,
like point it at I'd
you
record
would
the
record the
computer.
smut for later.
I was the original bootlegger. I would get
Yeah,
my
yeah, that's very
content
resourceful.
get
That's
my
very
content
resourceful.
from the computer, and then yeah, I'd record it off the camcorder.
That's very resourceful.
And kids these days don't even have to go through any of that. They just
Mm-mm.
get
Nope.
VPNs and
They can look at it on their phone. They can
yep,
look at it, in the cloud, everywhere they want.
yep.
So you may have missed that, but while they were whatever revelation they had at the Club Silencio, they came back with this box that seemed to appear out of nowhere and seems to fit this key.
Oh, this. Oh, I guess it is a key. I really thought it was just like a bottle opener or something.
Yeah, but no. It's a wacky looking key to this box.
What was my clue with the key?
What does it
Who
say?
gives the
Who gives
key
the
and
key and
why?
why?
Well, okay, so Diane, not Diane, gave the key.
Right. And oh, it did seem to open this box up.
Ah! Did did she disappear in the box?
Something weird went on.
If she disappeared in the box, I will lose my ever loving mind. If she got caught like a Pokemon.
It looks like she might have been like sucked into the Pokeball, like,
No
and
way.
the and it rung and it like glowed 3 times, and then oh, and look,
It's Ruth!
everyone's favorite character there.
Wait, the bed's made in like.
Yeah. Aunt Ruth came back to a a quiet apartment.
No way. Is she just gone?
I mean, we'll have to watch on. There's still like a good half hour left, so there's There's many mysteries to uncover. Uh-oh. We're back here. Ah!
It's everybody's favorite guy
Yeah,
on the
hey, hey,
beat, guy on the can of beans.
he is the fan favorite, the cowboy who just went, "Hey, pretty girl, time to wake up." Oh wait, that corpse looks a little more full of life than it once was.
Do you think we moved into the movie part of it? Like,
Hmm?
remember this was shot for a TV show first, and then he
Yes, I was actually wondering if I should say or not, but yeah, the if I'm remembering right, the pilot is them like they open the box and I think it ends there. Like that's episode 1. So yeah,
gotcha.
what you're now seeing is the after the fact stuff. And I have watched the pilot, which is kind of, more or less identical, but it's like a bootleg, so it's kind of like on crappy VHS camcorder, but it does like get uploaded to the internet from time to time. Like it'll show up on YouTube and then get taken down.
Is there any big difference in the pilot?
There's a couple of scenes that don't end up in the movie, but it's pretty much identical. Like you're pretty much seen the pilot just by watching the movie,
Gotcha.
except for this part, yeah, which is the movie stuff. Oh, Diane, what?
Okay.
So yeah, seems like something's going on.
That's
Something
Naomi
weird.
Watts, right?
Yeah, that's still Naomi Watts, but now being called Diane and seems to be living in the
Mm-hmm.
apartment where they found the dead lady. And also, this feels less like maybe I'm giving too much of the game away, but this feels less like they're swapping apartments, but more like they're not living together anymore.
Yeah,
Seems
yeah.
more like the vibe here.
Mm-hmm.
No, those two detectives, the ones that were not in the movie after the first scene,
Yeah.
they came by looking for you again. Also, things seem a little less magical right now.
Yeah. Maybe a little more, as the kids say, real world.
Mm, maybe. Ugh.
Ah!
Camilla.
Camilla? She looks fucking insane. Like,
Yeah,
that is a.
no,
That is.
this is why you hired Naomi Watts, is because she's very good at this like fucked up, deranged kind of look. She's
Mm-hmm.
she's very good at looking like a broken lady. um, oh, that was coffee. I thought it was ice cream, and I was like, oh, I've been there. I'm just gonna eat my feelings, as
There's
they
no
say in
way.
Mean
There's
Girls.
no other way to eat ice cream but just directly from the carton. I hate that. If you get a bowl, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, you gotta just eat the entire, and also you're not saving that Ben and Jerry's for later. It
Yeah.
is not,
Yeah.
not necessary. And see, David Lynch usually likes a damn fine cup of coffee, so I think this is also to indicate things are fucked right now, because this is not, uh, this ain't no, like, the lovely coffee you get at the diner. But, she seems happy. Oh, wait, no, no, no. This is a flashback, perhaps, because not drinking coffee no more.
I'm waiting for one of them to become the dumpster creature at this point.
Yeah, that dumpster creature is just waiting to. That's your fate, man. When you come to.
When you come to Hollywood, you either live long enough to become a big Hollywood star, or you become the dumpster creature.
Yeah, man, you lose it all and have to be a dumpster monster, living behind Winkies, scaring guys. Aw.
Naomi was calm down. You look like you're about to kill somebody.
Yeah, man. Don't ever say that, Jesus. Oh, that's not great. This is it sexy? This part, not so much, I would say.
Ah,
Their haircuts have also gotten way less Ally McBeal.
yeah. Who the fuck is this? Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is like the set of his movie.
But that's Camilla, right?
Yeah, in this like reset or whatever, we'll discuss what's happening after. But yeah, now Laura Herring is Camilla. It seems because they're calling her Camilla, and she seems to be the lead actress of this movie. That old Justin Theroux's directing. Aw, Diane can stay.
But Diana is not an actress, I guess.
I think it looks like she's also acting in this movie because she's in the costume. But
Oh, I thought maybe that was just her "I'm the girlfriend" outfit.
oh yeah, maybe just like I'm a sad yeah. Well, no. Looks like they're both like working on the set of this movie. And she's looking kind of pissed. Also, I dare say, as a director, you might be overstepping your bounds if you're like, here, I gotta show you how to make out properly.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's all in the like.
Yeah.
You want things. You want to you want to show the case the emotion that person is going to feel. Well, okay, this part. This part
Yeah,
is. Yeah, this part maybe not so much, but.
and I mean, I guess it's up on above board because they seem to be romantically involved because
Yeah.
they're smiling and whatnot. But ugh. I missed the friend's apartment. This sucks.
Yeah, this place sucks.
This one's sadder and smellier. These surfaces are not very wiped down. Now and again, is it sexy? I would say no. I would argue no.
It certainly was sexier.
Yes, things were a little sexier once in this movie. If you're crying while doing this, things are not going well for you. I feel.
Oh yeah, I always do love when movies. I mean, obviously not this because this is sad as fucking haunting, but
It was a
the
sad, sad.
Babadook. The Babadook also has some female masturbation scenes.
Yeah, no, I mean definitely. I'm team. There should be female masturbation in movies,
Yeah, we
and
see
this is a good
guys jerking
example
off enough.
yeah, but this is definitely getting from sad to angry. She's going through the stages of grief while
Yep.
cranking it.
Sometimes you gotta
Oh,
bang it out, pun intended.
very much so. Just work out your. Hold on. Notice appearances of the red lampshade. That's clue
I don't
2.
remember what the other appearance of the red lampshade was, but I certainly remember this one.
Mm-hmm. There was when they were looking for the girl, the guy from Twin Peaks. There was like a montage of different phones getting picked up, but the one with the red lampshade by it was unanswered. But
Mm.
I guess now it's been answered.
So she invited her to come see him?
Yeah, it seems kind of like a hey, I know things didn't end so well for us, but it would really mean a lot if you came to this party on Mulholland Drive. Which, you know what? If my ex was telling me that, I'd kind of be like, yeah, you know what? I'm good.
I'm good.
I'm just gonna go cry and angry masturbate some more.
Yeah. I got a bucket of ice cream, that's calling my name.
Exactly. Hold on, I'm opening my own blue key.
Don't get sucked into a box, man.
Yeah. Also, would have been nicer if this was a TV, because this bummer ending would, we could have had more fun in the glitz and glamour before this shit all went bad.
Yeah.
Could have had more episodes
I
of
wonder
enjoying our.
how it would have worked on TV because if the pilot ends with them opening the box, do we get do you do like 5 episodes of them getting sucked into it and
Probably not, and I don't know exactly, but I feel like it probably would have been like that wouldn't have been the inciting incident for reality to shift. Maybe they would have like found another key in the box or something, like it would have just been like something else to keep
so there would have been a
the show
mystery
going.
inside the box instead of a breakthrough reality?
Probably, I would feel like yeah, like the
Holy
box
shit,
would have
that
like
outfit!
yeah, holy Toledo. Yeah, that's my guess. Is like yeah, it wouldn't there would have been like more steps to this mystery than just like oh we opened the box like the end now everything is changed. So maybe the box would have had a different colored key in it, a green one.
They haven't done
Would have
video
had
game
more
logic,
adventures.
huh?
Hollywood is a beautiful place when you just stay in the bushes. Once you leave, it's
When you
terrible.
just lurk in the bushes like some kind of weird mood.
Exactly, but if you stay here, you're like, wow, I'm in an enchanted forest, not a not a smelly city. I'm giving Hollywood a bad name, but you know what? It kind of earned
I was
it
about to
by
say, it is Hollywood.
yeah. Didn't do a great job of of getting a better reputation.
Oh, I guess she just took her to a party. Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
A
yeah.
stroll through the woods, though, for reasons.
Just for dramatic effect, I feel like ooh. Coco.
Coco. Wait, what?
What?
There's no way.
Oh, and she's Diane. Oh, wait, we already knew that.
Actually, you know what? I could buy that's his mom. They actually look very similar now that they're next to each other.
That's a twist. That's a twist I can get behind. Yeah. Yeah, that crazy shawl scarf thing she's wearing is pretty all right. No, we're learning Diane's backstory.
Is that you know who that guy looks like to the left?
Who?
Fuck. What he was in Carry On.
Oh, the Taron Egerton dude?
Yeah, not Taron
Or
Egerton.
no, Jason Bateman.
Yeah, he
Jason
looks like
Bateman, the other
Jason
one.
Bateman.
He is very Jason Bateman-y.
I almost thought it was him. I was like, oh, you didn't tell me Jason Bateman was in this movie. I guess Billy Ray Cyrus was the one celebrity cameo they could afford.
Was the crazy, yeah, the biggest celebrity cameo. I like this dude's performance, whoever he is. It's clearly kind of a like, oh, they're trying to
Get in, trying to be at the cool kids table.
Yeah. Or maybe even they're like, oh, let's set up your sad friend with this dude, but it's not going so hot, you know? But yeah, he does not seem to be part of the conversation. Either way. And he kind of knows it. He's like, oh, this is not going
this is
the
I'm
way I
the
want.
biggest loser at the table.
Exactly.
And I know it.
Oh, okay. Aw.
That's a pat of you're the second biggest loser, and it's on the table.
Exactly. That's a like, oh, that's you poor kid or whatever. The mom knows what's going on. Like, this is better looking coffee, at least. Oh, I got the pool, and she got the pool boy.
Did they like? I guess there either was a fast forward, but it couldn't have been a fast forward. Oh well, that's the girl, isn't it? That's the girl they made her hire.
Yeah, that's Camilla. That's the girl in the part. Whoa.
Wait, what?
But yeah, that's
Camilla's
the same
just making
actor.
out with everybody.
Yeah, man. Everybody but Naomi Watts is kind of the vibe you're getting. It's like she's getting left in the cold. Wait for it. Ah!
The cowboy!
My favorite character. And remember what he said.
What?
The cowboy there.
What did he say?
That you'll see me one more time if you do good, and two more times if you do bad. And I think we've now seen him two more times.
Yeah, but was he talking to Justin Theroux or was he talking to us, the audience?
I don't know. He was talking to Justin Theroux, it seemed, but...
Maybe it's the audience.
Yeah.
We're getting married.
Looks like it.
Or having a baby. Or getting divorced. Married.
Doesn't seem like they're getting divorced. They're a little too happy. Oh,
Whoa.
our boy.
Now she's the tweaker girl. Betty!
Yeah. She is the tweaker girl.
Wait, wasn't Betty her original name, or was it Betsy?
She was Betty, yeah, yeah. And Diane was the waitress's original name, but now they've swapped. And it does seem like she is now taking on the tweaker girl. Oh, the money. The bag of money. Now with a different meaning.
I don't know if you want to hire this
Uh-oh.
dude. You might want to check his Yelp rating first.
Yeah. We've seen him in action, and it's
Yeah.
not all that. Mm.
The blue key.
Not as wacky a blue key as the other one.
No, but still kind of a cool color. Oh, look, it's the dude!
Yeah, there he is.
In all reality, is he gets scared by that dude, by that dumpster guy.
He's just here to get scared again.
Yeah. I live, die, get scared again.
I live, die, get scared with Tom Cruise. Also, she asked him, "What does the key open?" and he just laughs evilly in response, which is not great. Not a great sign. No, we're back to Monster Town.
Oh, he has the box.
Yeah, no, he's boxing it up. I believe this is the last shot of the pilot, actually. Like, after they open the box, it cuts to the critter holding the box, and then the credits roll. But they're reusing it here for much scarier meat ends, as you'll see in a second. Yeah.
Oh, God, it's them again.
That's that horrible couple
Yeah.
from the beginning.
I like to think they were off having their own horror movie where they were skulking around Hollywood eating people.
Exactly, we're a weird cannibal old couple.
That's not a bad idea for a movie.
Yeah. Like,
Tourists, but it's two old people who look like doting old people, and it's like a
yeah,
tourist type
they're
thing.
like,
But in reality, they're monsters come to eat people.
I like that a lot, and especially because like they met her on the plane or something. So it's just like, oh, I met a nice couple on my vacation, but then they're like gonna eat you. That'd
Yeah.
be kind of cool. I met such a sweet old people, and then ugh.
Oh my God! Oh no! Fuck that!
Yeah, I
Squash those
don't
old
care for that.
people. Get the shoe.
Yeah, I would
Get the shoe.
I would just go with the swatter, man. Just
Yep. They can just grab raid and just spray.
she's too checked out, man, to give a crap. Her life's in shambles. So
Ah! God, that is. These old people are terrifying.
the scariest scene in anything, man. And then they're grinning till the end, till the very end. Whoa! R.I.P. Naomi Watts. Uh, I don't know if you watched Eraserhead to the end, but the ending of Eraserhead a little similar.
When it gets all when he, yeah, when he I had I saw bits and pieces of it, so not enough to accurately have seen it, but yes.
Yeah, but this kind of like freak
I
out,
do
but then
remember it gets
everything
very trippy towards the end, yeah.
yeah blind and also like this blinding light a little bit.
Yeah, with that, was there a woman in the radiator?
Yeah, where he gets to like join her in a way, I guess. Silencio, man. Shut up.
Oh, is that that's the end, isn't it?
Yeah, man.
That's the end. Oh,
So we can unpack what we just watched.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Because
I
a lot,
didn't
lot
think.
went
I thought
down.
maybe it was like a time fast forward thing, but no, it really doesn't work. It's really got to be like an alternate universe or something.
Kinda, yeah. Like, uh, there's some of that. Can I, should I give you the usual take?
What's the usual take?
So, if you want to like look at it very literally, like what goes down, how most people react to it is, that the first 2 hours are a dream because the very early shot after the dancing is like a POV shot of like a head going down on a pillow,
Yeah. Right,
and
right.
then the last 30 minutes are basically reality, which is that yeah, Naomi Watts like came to Hollywood, got seduced by Laura Herring there. But then Laura Herring kind of used her up and spat her out, when she fell in love with the director guy instead. So Naomi Watts hires a hitman to kill her in revenge, but then has guilt and shoots herself in the head basically. Uh, and then the first 2 hours are basically her dream of like how she wishes her time in Hollywood went instead, where it's all happy and sunny and everyone loves her,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
she immediately seduces her, yeah, and she gets to have this fun mystery, and all the dudes like the mafioso kind of stuff is actually like her subconscious kind of looking for her, like Inception, like the
Yeah, like they're after her own guilt is after her.
yeah, exactly, and like yeah, and that's why at first it seems like it's a casino falling in love scene when she and Justin Theroux make eyes, but it's actually him kind of being like, oh wait, it's you, something's wrong here, and her
Yeah.
running
Oh, like
away from it.
you're the one who gets me.
Exactly, and then also yeah, since she hates that he took her lady friend from her. That's why in the dream he gets like crapped on constantly and has a bumbling like adventure.
Yeah. The only
And
problem is I wonder what the intent of like them wanting to hire the girl so much, the other girl, who's not even really in the movie. Like,
well, yeah, that's a little interesting because in the real one, that's almost what sets her off. Because it's like, oh, not only did you break up with me, and now you invited me back just to kind of rub it in my face that like you're gonna marry this dude at the party. But I think that kind of gets her the most pissed when she sees them making out because it's like, oh, cool, you won't even let me be your side piece,
yeah.
like you've already got a different blonde lady. So I feel like that's part of it. Is I guess yeah in the dream space like that person has kind of been mixed up as like her kind of who she wants to be, like the girl everyone's after.
Ah, yeah, like the girl that everybody wants to hire.
Yeah, is
Yeah.
kind of the idea. And then yeah, the hitman being a bumbler in the dream is kind of her wishing maybe she feels some regret that she put the hit on and is like, "Oh, I hope he's actually like a fuck up." That would be nice, but he seems a lot more chilling in the real version
Yeah,
than
like yeah, he's actually capable.
yeah, I would buy because she shows her the photo and he's immediately like, "Don't show me this shit here." Like he seems to have a
Yeah.
better,
He has a better idea of what's going on.
Yeah.
I
He's
wonder
he's
what the
more of a Glenn he's
mysterious
more of a Glenn Powell. He's more of a Glenn Powell hitman. in real life.
Do you think Silencio then is just like, I guess her about to die, or her
It 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 kind of feels that way because she rejoins her at the end there and kind of seems to get some. It looks very afterlifey, when they're like smiling at the end together and
yeah.
it's glowing.
He's
Yeah,
always
and that
been
is
very good
also
at Lynch has always been good at making like surreal like spaces that make you feel like, oh, these people are going to heaven or hell
yeah,
or
exactly.
whatever.
And that feels very heaven or hell. Also, yeah, it does feel like the end of Fire Walk with Me, where she gets to be in the room with the angel, like Laura Palmer,
Yeah, right,
which
right, right.
has. So I think that seems to be, and yeah, the end of Eraserhead too, when he joins the lady in the radiator. That's kind of how he seems to show the afterlife or dying, is with that glowing and like you're reunited or whatever.
Yeah. So
So
you think
there's definitely
so the popular idea is dream, and then
yeah,
the
because
last
even
30 minutes is reality. Because we do
yeah,
see Diane dead on the bed, but it's
yeah,
Camilla that well, I guess that makes sense if it was Camilla, because Camilla's the one who has the extreme reaction to Diane. But I guess Dream Naomi Watts would want her to have an extreme reaction to her being dead. You know that.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, she would be freaking out because yeah, and some people say like it's not so much like a waking up sleeping dream, but it could be like the life flashing before your eyes, like before
Mm-hmm.
you shoot, and yeah, and at first it's like a happy fantasy, but then yeah, she can't hide from it anymore as it gets closer
Yeah,
to the end.
I thought
So I sort
alternate
of buy that
reality,
too.
which is kind of a similar mindset, and could in fact be the case. I wonder where does Aunt Ruth come into it? Because that was one of the clues. One of the
Yeah, no,
clues
and
is
it's kind of
where is
weird because
Aunt Ruth?
Aunt Ruth comes back to like the empty apartment, so I don't know, maybe like. And actually that's kind of interesting because when she's telling her story at the party, I think she says like my Aunt Ruth died and left me some money so I could move to LA. So in the real world, in quotation marks, if that is the real world, like it seems like Aunt Ruth doesn't even like is gone by that point.
Yeah,
So I don't know, maybe yes, that's why it feels maybe more alternate realities ish. Because yeah, Aunt Ruth seems to be still existing. Like she
yeah,
just looks around and like, huh, no one in the house, and moves on.
yeah. No, I would lean more. I would lean more towards alternate reality
Yeah,
because that's what that. But dream a guilty dream also makes sense. But I
has the
wonder if
vibe.
that
Yeah.
means that like because because Camilla in Dream World almost gets shot, has the bag of money, and then gets into the car accident.
Yeah.
In the real
And
world,
someone says the movie is almost like a what do you call it? They're a Mobius strip because the beginning of the movie might be the hitman, having Camilla killed there.
right, right,
Like when she's in the limo at the beginning, that almost seems like that's the hit going off. But then she stumbles back, amnesiac, and then goes through all the process, and then she puts a hit on her, which leads her to be back in the limo at the beginning. So
let me look at
that
my.
feels.
I want to look at my clues.
Oh yeah, let's see if the clues help us out. They've
Pay
never helped me
particular
out
attention
very.
to the beginning of the film. At least two clues are revealed before the credits.
I
Um,
guess those are usually considered the jitterbug contest because she says she won the jitterbug contest, which made people think she should be an actress when she lived back home in Ontario.
yep, and then there was the. I would assume we get the whole head going down to the pillow before the
Yeah,
credits roll.
that's before the title shows up. So I'm assuming those two are the two clues, but who
Notice
knows?
appearance of the red lampshade. The red lampshade was clearly Diane's.
Yes, and that's the scene where she agrees to go to the party, and if she had never agreed to go to the party, just said like no, thank you, and just gotten over her in the normal breakup way, it would have turned out better. But she decided to go to the party, which is where she has her heart really broken and decides to put the hit out on her.
Yeah, right, right, right.
So I guess that might be the importance of the red
Did it
lampshade
ever?
there.
Did the title of the film that he was auditioning for actually ever get mentioned?
Yeah, the Sylvia North story, which I think we only hear it in the party because Diane says like, "Yeah, we met, Camilla and I met on the set of the Sylvia North story," and the wiener loser dude says like, "Oh yeah, Camilla was great in that."
Yeah, but is that the title of the film that he's auditioning actresses for?
I think it might be. I think he does mention in the dream section or the reality one section that he's making the Sylvia North story.
Gotcha.
Yeah, yeah, and that it's a big deal, and all the girl, all the top actresses in Hollywood want this part. So,
And it's only
so I think it is
mentioned
mentioned.
again.
So I think yes. To answer question 3, it is mentioned twice. So number 4, an accident is a terrible event. Notice the location of the accident.
I assume the OG accident is the
Yeah, where she says, "Hey, what are you doing? We don't stop here," and they stop and point the gun at her. That is also where Naomi Watts gets picked up and taken through the Enchanted Forest
yeah,
by her, which I guess is like the last time she's happy before it all, comes
before it
crashing
all goes
down.
down.
Because for like a minute she can pretend they're in love again.
So two people give. I guess number 5 is could be either Camilla giving the key to the box or the
The
key,
hitman
the
at the
hitman
end.
with the key at the end.
And why? Well, okay, so in the first reality, the key is just to open the box, but in the second one, I don't think the key actually has. It's just his symbol because he
Yeah,
says
his
like when you
calling
find this
card.
key, it'll mean it's done. So it's just his way of like that's just his code for like if when I drop off the key, that means the murder's been done. But I think maybe in her dream world, yeah, she mixes it up as being very important, but with dream logic.
Yeah, right. The
Now this one
robe,
I have no clue.
yeah, the robe, the ashtray. I mean, Camilla is wears a robe for a lot of it because that's the only clothes she has. So in the house, she's
Yeah, yeah, in
wearing
the,
the
in
robe a
the
lot, but I don't know if it was like significant. Um,
yeah, I never have figured out what if anything that's supposed to the robe in particular because like the ashtray is like the lady who she swapped apartments with does pick up an ashtray when
mhm.
she's moving out or whatever, or being like I want to make sure there was nothing left behind, but I don't know if that ashtray is in the rest of the movie or what significance it holds. So this one is the most like I got no clue, man. I don't know. And also, it's a David Lynch movie, so like everybody's smoking and drinking coffee.
Yeah,
So I don't even know if
exactly.
there's like the one ashtray I'm supposed to care about. But
The man behind Winky seems to be some kind of like. I guess that the man behind Winkies is kind of a mark against the mark against the whole dream thing because it seems more like the man behind Winkies is like some kind of like fairy into this alternate dimension of some.
yeah, because it's holding the box, which it's and the box is what sucks him into the other reality. So it might be some kind of the man, but he might control the way between worlds or something. Seems like a Hemdall figure maybe.
Yeah, because the only other thing I can think of is if it was the dream, it would be a like manifestation of her like guilt or rage. But then I think she would see it a little bit more, and she technically doesn't interact with it at all. So
Yeah, and that's always why like the Lynch movies and works are always hard to like. There's not like one
yeah, no,
totally logical thing because like the cowboy and Winky guy, they appear in both levels of the reality and they seem magical in both of them. You
yeah,
know. Because the cowboy is the guy who tells her, time to wake up, pretty girl, which is when presumably she wakes up from her dream.
right.
Yeah,
But he has no.
yeah.
But he doesn't. She doesn't seem to remember him in the other. I guess maybe she was the one who like if
Yeah,
you
she
see
she
me
did
once,
bad
you
by
do good. You see me twice, that means something bad happened. I mean, technically, she saw him twice if you
Yeah,
count
she
the
saw him two more
talking.
times because he woke her up and was at the party, which is when she makes the fateful decision of like, I'm gonna put a hit on this lady.
Mm-hmm.
So she definitely did bad. So he did see her two more times. But yeah, that's like yeah, the Winkies guy. I'm always a little like yeah, where do they fit exactly in? I think if we're just talking about it as a metaphor, like Winkies is where she decides to put the hit on the guy, and then I know some people think because the dude who gets scared of the Winkies guy looks at her from across the way. So some people are like, he's probably just a random dude who just made eye contact with her, but in her head she feels like, oh, he knows something about me, because
Right, right.
and that's why he's the one who knows the evil that's going on in Winkies in the dream. So I could kind of see that, but yeah, but the Winkies guy is a little iffy because yes, and also he brings out the scary old couple that destroy her at the end.
The woman
And I know
who
some.
they were forcing him to
Yes. Yeah.
cast, was her name also Camilla?
Yeah, her name's Camilla in the dream world, or reality one, or whatever you want to call it. We don't get her name in the second one. She's just the new side piece of Laura Herring there, who she's making out with. Yeah, I think yeah, it looks like it might just be like Naomi. It's just some random lady who Naomi Watts doesn't know, but she's the new squeeze of Laura Herring. So in the dream, maybe she gives her like extra importance because she
Yeah.
she was the a big deal because that's the lady she's getting tossed over for.
I guess she wanted Camilla to be into the OG Camilla. Uh fake fake Camilla. She wanted her to be the as into Diane as Diana was into Camilla.
Probably, yeah. There's definitely that like feeling because yeah, because again in the dream world, like everybody's into her. Like all the act, all the people making the movie are amazed by her, and Justin Theroux, his jaws open when he meets her.
Yep.
Like yeah, in her fantasy, yeah, like it's always got to be like I'm the coolest lady in Hollywood, and everyone is like just madly in love with me.
Man, I really wonder how it would have been as like a TV show because like you said
Mhm.
if the pilot is kind of like, oh, it ends with them getting sucked into the box, would we have stayed in Dream World longer and figured out what was going on, or would we
I
have
feel
stayed
like
in
we.
Reality One, or would we have been in Reality
I feel
Two
like
with her trying to figure out what was going on in Reality Two, or
I feel like we would have stayed in Reality One for a little bit, just because there's so many characters they introduce, like Louise the neighbor and the secretary and the cops. That like presumably in a TV show, we would have been
yep,
hanging out with them
which we never
more.
see
I,
again. They don't even appear in second reality.
no, and again, that's actually kind of part of the dream theory, because in the reality, the neighbor lady says, "Oh, the police are looking for you." They came by to ask again. So clearly, they're kind of on her trail in reality. They seem to have more of an idea. But in the dream world, she's like, no, they're a million miles away and they have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, right, right.
Yeah. I was gonna say something else about the cops or the. Oh no, I remember reading somewhere, and it could be wrong, that someone was saying that if the show had gone on long enough, there would have been like season two. Everybody would be playing everybody different, and you'd be like, "Oh crap, I'm lost again." But then you would realize like, oh, this is Camilla's dream this time. Like it might have like each season might have been a different character's dream,
Oh, yeah.
and you'd be like playing catch up each time. So like
That would
season
have been
two,
interesting.
you'd be like, wait, what the hell's going on? Everyone has a different name again. I'm lost again. But then you'd be like, oh, it's Justin Theroux's dream this season. So we're seeing how he interprets events or whatever,
I could see that. I could see
which
that.
which would have been kind of cool.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Yeah, but who's to say? We'll never know. What's number seven? Oh, what is felt, realized, and gathered at the Club Silencio?
They clearly have like a big feeling over it. Like they clearly are affected.
Yeah, they get really
by
emotional. And Naomi Watts has kind of that seizure attack during all of his magic stuff.
Yeah. I don't know what might have been realized. I mean, something seems to have been realized since they were both moved to tears and everybody else looked bored as heck. But
Yeah,
I don't know if what
I
they
know
realized was is that they were
a
in a dream
dream,
or
maybe. That's the vibe I get because the show is all about how there is no band, like it's all an illusion. Like this isn't she's not actually singing; it's a recording.
mm-hmm.
So it might be them coming to the realization, like, oh, like this has been like a very happy fantasy, but like now it's time for it to come to an
Yeah.
end.
Now
Like, cause
now reality is coming back.
yeah, I guess similar to how like when you realize you're in a dream, sometimes that's when you wake up. That could be it, but also because does also seem to be the afterlife a little bit at the
Yeah.
end. So maybe that's also it, is her realizing that she's gonna die like shortly. If we're going with the death dream, that this is her, like, her brain as she's dying, like putting it together. So either way, it's some kind of revelation, I guess.
Yeah, there's a revelation there, but what it is, I can't say
Mm-mm.
off the top of my head. I mean, clearly it's
Fully, yeah.
the break from reality or the break to jump into another reality because that's when they get the box.
Yeah, also, yeah, that is also where they find the box when they're at Silencio. It's just suddenly, like, in her bag, like, and they don't know where it came from.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that might be it, too, is that it's time. Yeah, that might be what they realize is, like, oh, it's time to go now. Like, this is the end of the fun times, and now we're
Yeah. The end of
about
the
to head into
honeymoon.
what'd you say?
In the end of the honeymoon.
Exactly. Honeymoon's over. Now we're just going to be in a crappy room.
Yeah. Did Talon alone help Camilla? No, Camilla slept with everybody.
Yeah,
Clearly
one. Yeah,
that
yeah.
was the intention there.
Yeah, Camilla smooched Naomi Watts until it was more convenient to smooch Justin
Other
Thoreau,
people.
and yeah, dropped her like a sack of potatoes.
100%.
And I guess if we're talking Camilla, the girl in the dream,
Well, yeah, she was
no,
just.
talent alone didn't help her because the mob was backing her.
Yeah, the
So
mob, the literal mafia wanted her in that picture.
was forcing her into that picture. Though again, she seemed fine. Like when she sings her little song, it's okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
She didn't seem bad.
No, but the poor Justin Thoreau was like, yeah, this is the girl. He's clearly pissed that he was made to do that. Number 9. Notice the occurrences surrounding the man behind Winkies.
Yeah, I don't
Which,
know. The man behind Winkies makes it nebulous on whether or not it is a alternate reality or a dream because she never really interacts with him. And Winkies is
no,
not a place of significant significance to her. She just takes
I
her
guess
there
it's
once to eat, and that's how she finds out the name. And then that's where she meets the hitman. But
but it could have been anywhere. It just
yeah,
so happened that they met at that diner. But yeah, I guess in her head it takes on more significance because that's when she, did the deed. Actually, like gave him the money to do the hit.
yeah,
But yeah, but also yeah, like to what you're saying, he shows up again holding the box, which is the box they get sucked into. So maybe he's the keeper
yeah,
between the two realities. He
yep. He's either the keeper of the two realities or the person doing it to them or something to that effect.
yeah, in one way or another, he seems to have and he's the one. Yeah, like the old people come out of his bag to attack her.
Yeah, I
Which
wonder what the
I know.
old people was about.
Oh yeah, so some people interpret that as, well, because at the beginning they're all just so like happy and like, oh my gosh, I'm so happy you're going to Hollywood to fulfill your dream, like best of luck. So it's kind of them coming at the end to like mock her after all her dreams have been shattered.
Yeah,
And I know some people take it even further and say like those might be her parents in the reality, and it's her kind of sad, that she disappointed them by having it all go so bad. So they're coming back to like torment her, like these visions of all the supportive people in her life who she's now like let down. So
yeah, I can see
I
that.
sort of like that. That I mostly jive with that. Not necessarily that they're literally her parents, but I think that's kind of the vibe that you get. And then where is Aunt Ruth? Which I don't know, man. Aunt Ruth, who knows what's
Aunt
going
Ruth
on
is
there?
again the big because Dream doesn't really make sense because I didn't hear her say that Aunt Ruth was dead, but I believe you, the master of this movie, that she says that. So Aunt Ruth is dead. If Aunt Ruth is dead in the real world, why does the ending of the dream world start with us seeing Aunt Ruth coming home to an empty apartment?
Yeah, like
Because
I don't
if
know.
we've officially left the dream world, then Aunt Ruth supposedly isn't alive anymore. She's not coming
Yeah,
home to
yeah.
any empty apartment because she's dead.
I mean, maybe it's kind of like the last scene of Boy Meets World when Mr. Feeney says like "I love you all" and turns the lights off of the classroom. Like maybe it's Aunt Ruth like saying, she's the one closing up shop at the end of the dream before
Maybe, but
everything,
she didn't seem
click.
particularly like enamored with Aunt Ruth for her to be like the dream closer or the one at the end.
Yeah, no, Aunt Ruth is just a plot device. Like it's just like, oh, my aunt left me some money because she died.
Or my aunt's letting me stay at the apartment.
Exactly. Like in both of them, it doesn't seem like they're terribly close. It's just like, oh, cool, my aunt gave me this opportunity to go into Hollywood, one way or
Yeah.
the other. So I don't know.
And where is she at? I could not tell you. She never
No,
she packs bags, but there's no indication of where she was going.
I think they might. I could be wrong, but I think in the dream one, she mentions like, oh, she's because Aunt Ruth is an actress. That
Oh.
like she's off shooting a picture elsewhere, so she let me stay in her Hollywood house while she's gone shooting a movie.
Hmm.
Like she's shooting it in some other
Aunt Ruth
part
is
of the world.
shooting a picture. So where is she? She's shooting a pic. I don't know, man. I don't know,
Yeah, I don't remember
man.
where she. I don't remember if they mentioned where Aunt Ruth is shooting a picture,
I
but
don't know what that means. What does it mean, David?
I don't know where is Aunt Ruth. Only David Lynch knows for sure,
And he
but
took his secrets to his grave.
but like I said, I like because it's the I know you're none too keen on ambiguity at times, but I think this movie there's enough that like there's it doesn't
Yeah, it's either an
you'll never
alternate
you'll never know
reality
you'll
or
never.
it's either I like it. I don't mind ambiguity if I can kind of choose between like what the most likely suspects are, and it's either a dream, which I do think it has some weight, and I do think it's kind of a cool idea. I like the idea of it being an alternate reality more though, and they just got sucked into a universe where like these roles are strangely reversed. We never saw we never saw the Diane that was dead in the apartment, but
Yeah, but
Camilla
she
had a
does.
strong reaction to it. So maybe in the reality that they came from, it was
Yeah,
Camilla who had the unrequited thing for Diane.
yeah, not the other way around. 'Cause yeah, in the first reality, yeah, that's why it's kind of like crazy that she falls in love with her so fast when you first watch it, where you're like, oh, why are they suddenly together? But if you're taking it as it's either a dream or like the echoes of the other reality, then you're like, oh, that makes sense. Because yeah, if you're dreaming about this person, of course, you had a long relationship with
Yeah,
them in the real world, so you'll fall in love with them like yesterday.
yeah,
So there's some of that. But yeah, and when she when she's getting tormented by the old people at the end, she does shoot herself and lands in a similar position on the bed.
yeah.
So that presumably is
I'd
where
have to go
the
back and look, but I'm curious if the apartment that we see at the beginning, where the person's going to the bed to lay down, I'd be curious to know if that apartment, if that bedroom looks like Diane's bedroom, not Betty's bedroom.
yeah, it kind of does. I'm only just going off my memory and just haven't watched it, but like it seemed like it has
It
the
looks
similar like red.
similar-ish. Yeah, no, I would
Yeah,
be.
it's got like the red sheets, on it. But
I'm so fascinated on the idea of this as a TV show though, because I feel like you would have gotten a more you probably I guess would have gotten a more concrete answer on what it was, because there would have had to have been a more tease out of the mystery. I wonder how the week to week would have gone. Because
Yeah, I feel like
I figure it'd be very similar to Twin Peaks, because Twin Peaks doesn't have like a normal monster of the week, or a its week to week is a little bit more slowly eking out this mystery than just doing a monster case of the week type thing.
yeah. So I feel like it probably would have still been like we're unraveling stuff, but yeah, I feel like there just would have been more clues before we wake up, I guess, in
Mm-hmm.
quotation marks. Yeah, like the box, they probably would have been like, oh, it's empty. That's weird anyway, oh, but wait, there's a piece of paper inside the box. Maybe this will be our next clue, like he would have just strung that along. And I feel like there's the hitman who's like looking for this lady, and puts the tweaker girl like out on the street to like give him clues,
Is
because
that
he was
what was
saying
going
that.
on with that? Because I know he stole a book of phone numbers.
Yeah. And then he said to the tweaker girl, he's like, have you noticed any new girls on the street? No. Well, keep an eye out, baby. So like she's
Mm-hmm.
kind of his like contact on the ground. So it seems like with the phone book and the tweaker girl, he is looking for Camilla, who survived the car accident, like to try to finish the job. Because he's saying like, are there any new girls on the street? So yeah, he's presumably like, oh, has Camilla shown, now is she just wandering around somewhere? So it looks like, yeah, he's hot on their tail, but because he's a bumbling hitman, he's not doing a great, job of it. And then yeah, like you pointed out, in the real world, she's kind of dressed like the tweaker girl. So
Yeah.
maybe she fell under his sway, like while her life was falling apart, like in that same way.
So here's I checked out the Wikipedia, or not
Oh yeah,
the
give me
wiki.
some Wikipedia
Um,
knowledge.
it says so. Rita retrieves the key, but finds Betty has vanished. Unlocking the box, Rita vanishes, and the box falls to the floor. The apartment
Yeah.
owner, seen leaving in the opening, investigates the noise but finds nothing. It's kind of interesting that the Wikipedia page talks about the person who left the apartment not as Aunt Ruth. So maybe
Yeah, the Wikipedia one, I guess, is like there's no indication that that's Aunt Ruth necessarily, which is true. I don't think, because
nobody does Coco ever call her Aunt Ruth? Well, no, yeah,
oh,
because
that ain't the
Coco does is like your aunt called
here.
me. So
I'm gonna rewind to the opening scene where Aunt Ruth leaves, because I don't think we see Coco like saying bye to Aunt Ruth
no,
necessarily. So maybe that's a different lady that just no, but it's Aunt Ruth's apartment because Coco, is like visiting her and saying like, "Oh, your aunt called and was wondering what was going
yeah,
on."
yeah, yeah. So
So it presumably is Aunt Ruth who comes back, at the end.
yeah, or it wasn't Aunt Ruth,
Just
and
some lady breaking into the apartment.
it was two ladies breaking into the apartment technically.
Yeah, maybe, or maybe it was like maybe Aunt Ruth swapped apartments with this lady, just like Diane and the other lady. That's just something people do all the time in Hollywood. They swap apartments for fun.
Diane explains to the partygoers, who all resemble people seen previously, that she moved from Canada after inheriting cash from her aunt. Everybody was like people who had been seen earlier, like on the streets and stuff.
Hmm. Yeah, so that makes some sense. Yeah, because yeah, like Adam, the director, his mom is Coco, and the Camilla in the dream is the lady that that real Camilla's making out with.
Right, right. No, I think so. Yeah, I my alternate reality or a dream, but definitely one of the other. I need either an alternate reality that they kind of slipped into, or it was it was a dream.
Yeah. And if we're doing alternate realities, like maybe the Winky dude and the Hitman, maybe they're one and the same kind of, and like that key was almost him being like, "Here, I'll let you, live out your fantasy, but on my time or something."
Yeah.
I don't know. Like that could be something. I
Is there any cross from Mullohand Falls and Mullohand Drive?
don't think so. Because Mulholland Falls is like the mystery movie. I think it's also
Amazon's
a
recommending
noir.
it to me, and I'm just wondering if that's specifically just based on the Mullohand in the name, or if there was a reason behind it.
Might just be the name, but Mulholland Falls is a noir as well, and I think it's set in the 50s. And there's actually, not to spoil, but it would kind of make a good double feature with Oppenheimer there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I think that movie kind of gets into like Manhattan Project stuff as part of the crazy mystery.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Yeah, so
I super loved Mulholland Drive. It was very good, even with its but I think it would have been better as TV, just as kind of a throw out
no,
there. Like
I always feel kind of the same way, where I'm like, I like it, but like I kind of want more because yeah,
yeah.
the maybe the Zooey Deschanel lady like would have been more of a big deal. Like the two ladies who like pluck her up to be higher up in Hollywood. I would have liked to see more of them.
Well, and not that I don't mind that it's open ended, but I would have kind of loved to have seen Lynch's answer to what it was to and I think with a TV, if he had done it in TV, you would have gotten that. Well, who actually did kill Laura Palmer?
Yeah,
Kind of
I feel like yeah,
ending.
in the TV you probably would have gotten more answers to the mini mysteries. Maybe
Yeah, yeah,
like you
yeah.
would have yeah gotten more of a sense of like why they're chasing the actress and putting her like in the lead. And yeah, I feel like stuff like that probably would have been elaborated on just because you got to actually like stretch this out to TV length um, before you finally got the shift in realities. But I feel like that would have eventually
Oh
you
yeah,
know
for sure. I
come
like the
about.
idea, like you said, that it would have been like, hey, this is this guy's reality, and this is that guy's reality, and
Yeah.
yeah,
And there's also like stuff like like Justin Theroux's landlord with the cool mustache. He's one of the guys at the Club Silencio. He works there too.
yeah,
And they asked David Lynch about that, I remember, and he said, "Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Club Silencio is his night job," and everyone's like, "Oh, that's funny because he seems to be working at night as the landlord too." So, like, how's that work? So maybe he would have been someone who was jumping between or maybe there were two of him. I don't know.
yeah.
So
Two of
like,
him
stuff
or
like
two different realities.
yes, oh yeah, it could have been that. Like, maybe he's got the maybe he's like the Winkies guy. He can kind of move between the worlds, or the cowboy. Who seems to be in charge. He seems firmly in charge of whatever's going on. Like he's the
Well, what
top
about?
top of the
Well, there's
pecking
a
order.
dude we haven't even mentioned, and that's the dude from Twin Peaks, the Arm,
Yeah, yeah. Who just see
who's in a room and just kind of like separate from all of it. I don't know where he would really fit into the dream thing as either, unless
yeah.
he's like her subconscious.
He says shut it all down. But it seems like the way I've always taken it is he seems more like an enforcer for the cowboy. Like he's not quite the top of the pecking order, but he is another weird being. like And him and the other goons, I sort of take that to be like I said, like in Inception, how like the subconscious can get like aggressive.
Yeah, right, right, right.
Yeah, I feel like that those are like her subconscious like police, being like, oh, something's going wrong in this. She's trying to like escape into the dream too much. Like we gotta wake her up. But yeah, who knows? Because he is definitely like in a weirdo room, and they
He's
never
in a
fully
weirdo
elaborate
room,
on
and
it.
because there's so many things that like the problem with the dream angle is there's so many things that could be like so there's almost too much like players in the game, so to speak, for it just to be like her subconscious. Because you have the cowboy who seems to be in charge of everything, but then you have the dude in the room who also seems to be in charge of everything,
Yeah,
and then you
yeah.
have the monster in the back that could also be like her subconscious and guilt, but we never really see him terrorize her. Nothing really terrorizes her in her dream world, which is,
Yeah.
if it was all perfect and hunky dory, that does make sense. So it could be these fringe elements, but there's
Yeah.
also a lot of fringe elements for it to like, oh, this is all her subconscious, or
It's true, like
something
maybe
like
that's
that.
too much of a blanket thing. But yeah, I guess the closest I've ever come with the dude in the room is like, yeah, he's in charge of everything. But it's kind of like Itachi in Naruto versus Pain. Like he's a formidable dude, but he's still like a lower on the totem pole than the cowboy, I guess.
Yeah,
Even though
like, is the cowboy in charge, or is the dude in the room in charge?
I feel like the cowboy is probably in charge because he seems like the tippy top, and he's the one who tells her to wake up, pretty girl. So I feel like he kind of has more of the final authority, maybe
Mm-hmm.
in these matters. I feel like the dude in the room is probably the head of the mob or whatever. Like he's probably he's like in Power Rangers hierarchy. He's Goldar. He runs the Putty Patrol, but he's still under Rita
Rita
Repulsa.
Repulsor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it could go. I lean more towards alternate reality, but I will never fault a person for saying it's
No,
something
no.
else. I think it is. I think that's the magic of the Lynch, is that
For
it
sure, and I say
ultimately.
ride the alternate reality thing, and hey, watch it again since you rented it, because I feel like once you kind of know the shape of it, every time I watch it, I'm kind of like more richly rewarded.
Yeah, no,
Even
it
though
is
I'll,
definitely something you can plumb the depths of,
for sure,
and
and
enjoy.
I'll send you the link. But it gets way off the rails. But there is mulhollanddrive.net. Oh no, it's a dead link now.
No, they took it down, and
Yeah, you'll have to go to like the Internet Archive or whatever. But yeah, there was a fan community that just had an insane amount of like deep dives into which definitely like get off the rails.
surely there's
Like
a fandom area dedicated to it. Ah, yeah, here we go.
yeah, so if you want to just read forever, you can absolutely do that with this movie.
The story may not be linear and exhibits several instances of temporal disruption. I wonder what the several instances are. Feels pretty on track temporal wise until they actually leave the.
Yeah, we stay in the dream like or in reality one or the dream world for most of the movie. Like once things, I mean, the opening has kind of the wacky stuff with the
Oh,
jitterbug and
there's a
the
link to the
pillow.
cowboy. The cowboy is an otherwise nameless character in David Lynch's film Mulholland Drive. The cowboy apparently works for or with the mobsters who have commandeered the director's films, and he gives orders to the director on that basics. However, with his association with electricity, wait, what did he have an association with electricity? Oh,
Oh well, he first what's his name? Justin Thoreau when he first shows up to the ranch. There's that cow skull with the light over it, and the light starts going like blinking in and out, and that's when the cowboy shows up. So he does kind of show up when things get electrically for a
he is
second there.
also a character with some association with fire, and therefore, like Bob and other menacing
What?
figures, may in
Okay.
fact be part of more than one world.
I mean, that's a stretch because I didn't get
I don't remember the
an
fire part.
no, no, no. Here's the mulhollanddrive.net page on the cowboy if you want to compare and then
Yes,
see
let's
how
see
much
what the web archive says about the.
how much wackier and more detailed theirs are. But yeah, that's almost like trying to like do some like, oh, it clearly takes place in the same universe as Twin Peaks because of the electricity, and I'm like, I don't know about that because that is more of a Twin Peaks thing that the lodge creatures do travel through the electricity, but I didn't really get a sense of that in Mulholland Drive. Really, I think that's just trying too hard to mush them together.
I tend to think that the cowboy assumes the role that he does in the first 2 hours of Mulholland Drive as a result of Diane's experience at the party in the second half of the film. That sentence makes no sense.
No, no.
What are you trying to say? I tend to think that the cowboy assumes the role that he does in the first 2 hours of Mulholland Drive as a result of Diane's experiences at the party in the second half of the film. What are you talking about?
I guess that's a very clunky sentence. I guess they're saying that she sees him in the party scene, and because of that, that's why he assumes the role he does in the first half.
It is my guess that it is this chain of events that makes Diane associate her negative feelings towards Adam having taken Camilla away from her with the shadowy figure of the cowboy. So he's saying that that she glances up and happens to see the cowboy at the end of the rant, that when she
Who
goes
might
into
be a
dream
cowboy
world,
at the party.
yeah, who quote unquote might just be a cowboy at the party, that he becomes Adam's tormentor during the first 2 hours of the film. But we don't really see him torment Adam, except for just telling him to go do the movie, which he pretty quickly agrees to.
Yeah, actually, he firmly confirms to Adam, like, hey, there's no way out of this. You have to do what we tell you. But he's actually kind of nicer and more diplomatic about it than everyone else has, has been up till that point. So I wouldn't call him Adam's main tormentor. He's actually the one who, like, gets him to, get with the program or whatever, So that's already crazy. Yeah, I don't know if I agree that he's his chief tormentor. I mean, I guess in that he's the mastermind of the cast and this lady, but I don't know.
Oh.
But it doesn't seem personal with Adam, He's just, they need her in the movie, so of course he's gonna put pressure on, Adam, because he's the one who refuses. Like...
I think the figure of the cowboy is pretty important in the movie, and here's my theory. The cowboy, who appears only in Diane's dreams and hallucinations, is her father. She was molested by him as a young girl.
What?
She's the most powerful person in her dream universe. That is...
I have heard this, and I've never really liked it, that it's all about her abuse by her father. Because I'm like...
But that's just because they're trying to say that it's Twin Peaks again. That's the only reason
exactly.
why...
It's just like trying to make something Twin Peaks again. And it doesn't feel as right, because she's supposed to be like, she came to LA with all these dreams that got dashed. But if she's like fleeing abuse, that doesn't feel like the movie to me at all. Like...
That is...
No, so I don't like it.
That is... There is just a whole page. A pregnancy test. Wait. There was never a pregnancy test. There are Diana's pregnant theorists among us. Couple of two conversations. I'm sorry
if there's trouble in there, get rid of it. I'm sorry I was late. That must mean that she's late, as in she's pregnant.
Yes. The woman who clearly was into women and didn't show any... Well, I guess she did make eyes at Justin Theroux for a minute there.
But even that's a subversion, because you think that's what that's implying, but it doesn't seem that to be the case afterwards. Like that's kind of that's like tricking you. I think. Yeah, she doesn't seem even before she makes out with Camilla, she and the waitress kind of have flirty eyes. The one she swaps names with,
Oh, dude, this goes so... You have opened a can of worms.
Oh yeah, you can eat for hours on this stupid stuff.
I get one more. If Diane is pregnant, and this could possibly relate to the sexual abuse theory, then this would be one of the things weighing heavily on her mind. It wouldn't manifest itself in this dream. My proposal was that the cowboy could be related to a pregnancy testing kit. If you see two blue lines, you are pregnant, you did bad. If you see one blue line, you are not pregnant, you did good. Seems pretty far out, I know. Yeah, dude, it seems pretty far out. But it kind of makes sense
if you stop and think about it for a minute.
No, it doesn't.
Blue ribbon.
It doesn't in any sense of the word. Like,
there's nothing about... Is there even like a baby or a child in the movie?
There's no baby or a child in the movie. There's not even a soundbite of one.
No, it doesn't end with like... If you wanted it to be, there would be like a baby crying in the last scene or something,
Yeah.
to make it more apparent, but no.
A pregnancy test.
You would have been chased
I
by a
guess they're
baby, not
also
the old
doing it
couple.
because the pregnancy test commercial clip by David Lynch was once a thing. Like he directed a pregnancy test or something commercial.
That's right. So that must mean that it was a. But but David Lynch also directed a Calvin Klein commercial and the perfume. So like that must be about perfume. Actually, this movie.
I just
And he
love the
directed Dune,
idea.
so he directed Dune, so it probably actually takes place on Arrakis, like this movie.
Well, the Eraserhead could certainly have taken place on Arrakis.
Oh no, Eraserhead is in the same universe as Dune. I'm sure of.
I
It's
just
a
love the
different planet.
idea that like this guy's equating the cowboy rule. If you
of
see
one
two
and
blue
two.
lines, you are pregnant. You did bad. Not everybody considers pregnancy a bad thing.
Oh, and that must be the lamp too, because there's a blue lamp in that one scene with
Yeah.
the mobster guy. So yeah, that must be the blue line of her pregnancy test.
I
Is what
just
we're
could just the idea of like diving that deep into a movie. It just like that hard. Looking at it that hard is just
no,
astounding. Absolutely
that's you
crazy.
you have lost the forest for the trees there. If you're like, I think Mulholland Drive is a pregnancy test, like that's that
Even the
you got to get
father
off the
thing
internet.
is just absolutely crazy. Given there's never any indication that she was abused by her father, even molested.
No, again, like you said, that's just trying to make it Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
Like, and again, it doesn't even work because, yeah, to me, like, if there is a father in the movie, it's the dad of that lovely couple, and I think it's more just like, oh, I don't want to let down my lovely parents, you know? Like, I feel like her coming from a abused home, like, ruins the movie, kind of, makes it way less, what it is. So, I reject that wholeheartedly. like,
God, that is
that is all
that is
pretty
crazy.
well.
I mean, it's a good. I could get lost on this website. Clearly, this guy has like has a full page on this cowboy dude.
Yeah, because I think it's like not one person. Like each little section is a different user's theory. Because it's like a fan community, so I think like yeah, like each like first paragraph is a different stupid idea
Yeah,
that a
there's
person on
Vanessa
this.
Long, and then there's and there's
Yeah, oh, and there's threads at the end. Sorry, we're gonna be here forever. But cowboy theory, he is Diane's pimp, says Plastic Sketches.
I mean, I guess I could see that. I mean, maybe a little bit more, maybe a
Yeah,
bit more,
at
because
least there are.
at least then we did see her in a tweaker outfit, like for once.
Yeah, there at least there is like prostitutes do appear as character, like the tweaker lady from Breaking Bad. Like at least there's something in the movie. It's still crazy, but it's not as crazy, I guess.
God, that
But
is, it's just not that deep, bro. Sometimes it's got to be called. I
no,
do
no,
think,
sometimes
I think there's like Eraserhead. You could spend. There's just no way of fucking knowing what's going on in that movie. It's
yeah,
just
because Eraserhead is like just full like we're on Arrakis, yeah,
yeah,
like
where
it's
it's full surreal nightmare. The best thing I could use is just the fear of fatherhood. Like that's the
yeah, yeah,
if you really need to pin down like a what it is, it's just the fear of fatherhood as like a surrealist nightmare. But like I feel
yeah,
like with Mulholland Drive, there's two answers. Either it's an alternate reality or it's a dream. I don't think there's anything. I don't think anything deeper. It's just you getting lost in the pines, which I like. That's kind of, like I said. If it gets too again, it's like Twin Peaks: The Return. It's really hard to pin down just what any kind of theory would be for Twin Peaks: The Return, even within the rules of Twin Peaks,
yeah, yeah.
which is why I struggle with it. But like with this, it's kind of like okay, well, there's two answers, and anything more I feel is really reaching.
Yeah, and I think like for me, because I find Mulholland Drive like really emotional. The more times I watch it,
Yeah,
like it that works. Those work for me because it's like, oh, it's about like this bright-eyed, like, naive girl, she comes to Hollywood and gets, like, corrupted by it,
Yeah.
like, becomes, like, evil and a jerk by the end. And whether it's, like, alternate realities or a dream or, like, whatever the mechanics are, that's, like, the story. And I feel like if you're bringing in, like, pregnancy and abuse, you're, like, kind of, you're getting too lost in, like, details instead of just, like, watching the movie in front of
Well,
you,
he
which
says it
tells...
best because he himself called it just a Hollywood love story, and that's what it is at the end.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
it's a
very much so.
Hollywood
It's
love
like
story, then that is what you're supposed to feel about it. But yeah, I couldn't imagine like just there's just way too deep of a look. But it is fascinating to see people kind of. I imagine this is what Lost Boards look like. It's just
no,
it's
very
just
much so. And that's kind of like the dark side of these kinds of stories is, yeah, like, people will so hyperfixate on, like, some background detail, like the pregnancy test, or in Lost, there was a lot of, like, oh, the polar bear means that it's going to be post-apocalyptic, like maybe this is the last island and the rest of it is like a frozen wasteland, where it's like you're just getting too hung up on, like, one tiny,
yeah,
like,
exactly.
clue,
Yeah.
and just spinning out your fan fiction from there. um I would be very down to show you now Lost Highway, because that's like the more dude side of, like, the flip side of Mulholland Drive, because it's another, like, mystery with, like, the two layers. So that would be a fun one to do in the for a near future episode.
Yeah, no, I am all down to watch more David Lynch. I actually really did enjoy the movie. I really love how it's a like the love story of it, even though it kind of snuck up on you because it kind of doesn't portray itself love story until suddenly like right there towards the end, and then it gets super love story. But that really worked for me.
No, me too. Like, when you kind of, because it does seem to, because when you're watching it before you know the twist, like, it does seem like it comes out of nowhere. But then when you know the context from the last 30 minutes, you're like, oh no, this is like what she wanted the relationship to be versus how it turned out.
Yeah,
One way or the other. Like,
exactly.
it becomes very, like, yeah, actually, as a love story, it becomes very cool and tragic. Like, in that way. Yeah, so I thought you'd like that part. Yeah,
Yeah,
the love
no, no, no.
story part of
It
it.
was very very enjoyable.
Mm. And then, yeah, we'll get you. Well, eventually, I do want you to watch Inland Empire, because I think you'd dig that one as the found footagey part. Even though that one is like, I don't even like, I barely understand that one is like graduate school David Lynch, where
Is
I'm
it
like,
like
man, I don't even...
is it as bad as Eraserhead or is because I feel like Eraserhead was definitely like the most like Lynchian thing I had ever seen, even with this one. Like, but like
No, no, yeah,
unrefined Lynch. Like he like obviously just starting off Lynch, kind of like playing around with stuff.
no. What's frustrating about Inland Empire, and why it's kind of like, because Eraserhead, you just kind of let it wash over you. You know what I mean? Like, but Inland Empire is like this one. It's a Hollywood mystery with an actress, and, like, there are levels. But Inland Empire has like 6 levels, so I'm kind of like it's annoying because you're figuring things out. Part of the brain is turned on, and there's clearly a way to do it. But I'm like, you get way more of a headache
Who
during Inland
knows? Like
Empire.
that's like this level where this is the it turns you into this guy. This guy
Yes, yeah,
is a
like, I like
cowboy.
Inland Empire turns me into that Mulholland Drive website
Yeah,
very much. Like, there's too much there. Whereas, yeah, Lost Highway is more like Mulholland Drive, where there's, like, two things that kind of flip. So it's a little easier to, like, get your head around it.
yeah, yeah.
So
There's
I
clear.
say we
There's
do...
either path one or path two, and
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
So I say we do, yeah, Lost Highway and then Inland Empire to have, 'cause that's like his kind of Hollywood trilogy. Those are like the three that are set in Hollywood,
Oh, okay.
and kind of these, like, twisty mysteries. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
We'll do
closing
it.
thoughts.
We'll
Yeah,
do a
I really love
Lynchian
Mulholland
trilogy.
Drive. Hmm?
A Lynchian trilogy.
Exactly. So we'll do the other two in this semi-Lynchian trilogy.
But yeah, final thoughts on
Um,
Mulholland Drive.
yeah, still love it for all the reasons we said. The love story, I love it as a noir. I think it's a really cool twist on it because noir always has like Memento, like a guy trying to figure out their identity. But I like that the twist in this one is that it's like two realities is kind of a cool way of doing that kind of story of like I'm amnesic and I'm putting the clues together.
Yeah,
So
and then it goes for me. I'm amnesic and putting the clues together too. We're both not so much amnesic, but we're both fish out of waters, and in the worst way possible.
yeah, in a sad, tragic way by the end of it. So yeah,
Do
so
you think Diane, reality or dream or awake Diane, had no idea what was going on with other reality or dream Diane, right? By the looks of it.
it doesn't seem to be the case. Yeah, like which again might be the alternate reality thing because it does not seem like
She's aware
Betty.
of like the first 2 hours of the movie at all.
Yeah, Betty and Diane don't actually seem to be aware of the other's world because I don't
Yeah.
really get the sense like, oh, I had a dream and I remember it. You know what I mean? If it
Yeah.
is a dream, it's definitely not one that she like remembered when she woke up, per se. Because she's not like when she meets Coco at the party and he's like, "Have you met my mother?" Like it doesn't really seem like she's like, "Wait, that's Coco,"
Yeah.
like
Right. Like she
yeah.
gets no indication of it.
Yeah, so I sort of I think you're right. She probably is not aware of other Diane like in that way,
Yeah. That's what I
which is
thought as
also
well.
kind of fascinating because yeah, it does actually seem like you just straight up got sucked into a different life,
Yeah.
more or less.
Exactly. Yeah. There's no like, oh, I that seems all slightly familiar.
Yeah, there's no point, which is also what kind of makes it more interesting than the usual because it was all a dream can sometimes be the lamest twist ending, but what
Yeah.
I like about Mulholland Drive is like you never really know if that's fully what's going on or when we've woken up exactly.
Yeah.
Like it's
Exactly.
yeah, yeah. Anywho, good stuff, and yeah, we could talk on it for another hour, which we'll do with a future Lynch episode. I feel
I
after you've really perused that mulhollanddrive.net site for all
am
the
looking at this thing as like it's the fucking black it's the blue box. I'm looking at
yeah,
it like
because
it's the
that
blue box, ready to
because that
suck my
page for the
soul in.
cowboy because that page for the cowboy, there is like one of that for like every character in the
I could
movie.
only imagine.
Yeah, like and on that, if you go to cast, you see, yeah, Betty, Diane, Rita, Camilla, Adam, Cat, Coco. Like it's just every Mr. Roke has a page. Like it's
That is just look at this. Look at this select cast.
yep,
Oh, I just
and they're
people
all this long.
people are just
Sorry,
so
we gotta wrap it up. But I'm seeing on Cookie's page, Mr. Mustache. They're putting him next to the walrus from Alice in Wonderland. The big
He
mustache.
didn't even
I guess that's
interact
who
with
he's.
either of the girls. Well, I guess he did. He did in the thing. But I want to we do have to wrap this up, but I want to know what they have for Aunt Ruth.
Oh yeah. Let's see.
Lynch's clue number 10. Where is Aunt Ruth?
Yep.
First, we see who we believe to be Aunt Ruth at 612 Havenhurst, a well-dressed red lady with a scarf on, and the taxi driver helping her with her bags. Then at the Then at the airport, while Betty is saying goodbye to the old couple, who walks by around the taxi zone? A well-dressed redheaded lady with. Is it the same lady though? Are you just saying that they're both well-dressed red ladies with scarves on? Because I guess that
Yeah,
could be a thing.
I didn't get the sense that was supposed to be Aunt Ruth. But who knows?
And then at Sierra Bonita, Betty and Rita watch a well-dressed redheaded lady with what appears to be a scarf around her, with a man carrying her bags to a limo or town car. I get
No.
like I can buy this a little bit more because Lynch specifically asked us to ask where Aunt Ruth is. So maybe
So
Betty does keep seeing Aunt Ruth, quote fake Aunt Ruth, in the
Yeah, maybe
background.
she is. Yeah, she might be seeing a lot of fake Aunt Ruths. I will say though, here I'll send it to you. Now we're just gonna. This is just gonna be a Mulholland Drive podcast from now on. Maybe that should be a spin-off. We should just
We should
do a
just
page of this
start talking
stupid.
about Mulholland Drive every.
Yeah, every day we click on a different character page and just get confused for 3 hours. But
That
this
would
is who
be a
they're
good.
talking about, and she doesn't look that much like Aunt
She
Ruth.
looks nothing like Aunt Ruth.
Yeah, like
She
that's the
looks.
other lady that you see at the other apartment, and I would
She
not say
is
that's.
absolutely not the same woman. That would be a funny, like, you know how we hate movies as the Greek glossary. It's just us
Yeah,
pulling up a random cast list on
yeah,
Mulholland Drive and talking
put
about it
this
for
in
an
our
hour.
pocket where we yeah, it's just like every episode
That
we
could be
make
our.
fun of a different page of the MulhollandDrive.net theories. That
That's
would
our
be kind of fun.
Patreon. If you subscribe for $5 to get Mulholland Drive, the
I'm
website.
just saying, put that idea in your pocket, man. That might be something. But anyway,
They are
all right.
closest to what? Okay, I got it. I gotta shut this.
No, one more. Tell me now. You gotta let me know what that last thing is you're reading.
Watch interpretations of Lynch's clue number 10 here. Like, did you do a YouTube video on it? Oh, okay,
Oh,
no, it just comes to a. In reality, as
what?
we learned from number 10, where is Aunt Ruth in. No, I'm going to go back to the other one. Hang on.
Oh yeah. This
Aunt
is
Ruth
the
is
page
linked to
breaking
both
down the 10
Betty and
clues.
Diane. We have to assume that the. No, it wasn't that. What was it? It was number 3. As absent as the Aunt Ruths are in Diane's mind and Betty's visit, they are closest we come to a realistic parent figure in the movie. The old
What?
couple are way too old and creepy to merit the label of parentals.
What? That doesn't make what? That's a big leap.
And
Well,
then
why
there's
not?
so I plead an agnostic on how real Aunt Ruth was. Not really sure why agnostic came into
Yeah.
that came into play, but there we go.
I'm not a member of the Aunt Ruth Vatican here.
Aunt
I'm
Ruth
spiritual, but I believe in Aunt Ruth in my own way. Like,
Aunt Ruth represents the mother figure Diane lacked. Those of us who feel Diane may have been sexually abused as a
oh
child
yes,
consider that Aunt Ruth is a sanctuary concept in Diane's mind, if not a real person. There's really like people. There's like a subcult to this
yeah.
theory.
The abuse thing is a popular one, I guess.
I
Which is like,
guess I really. There's nothing to indicate that.
I really don't think so. I know Twin Peaks is all about that, but like again, that's a different thing. I don't know. I don't really cross those streams that much, except that they're similar because David Lynch made them both. But other than that, yeah, I don't really like bring any of that into Mulholland Drive. I don't think it
This is
merits it.
okay. One more. I'm gonna one more this to death, but here there is one of the theories and the clues for where is Aunt Ruth. The movie is actually placed in the 50s. Betty/Diane is Aunt Ruth in her young years, and it's her story. Thus, about when Rita opens the blue box, Betty disappears. She rematerializes as Aunt Ruth an instant later, as to indicate that her dream is over. That would be
I mean, that
something
would
if it wasn't for the fact that the movie ends with Diane Betty committing suicide.
that she transmogger. I guess that's a way to interpret that scene, that she shapeshifted in like Mystique into Aunt Ruth.
The idea, I guess,
she
is
didn't
that like
disappear.
Diane, but then Aunt Ruth would never have had to have left the apartment in the.
No,
Yeah, that is so.
that is huffing.
That is
You got to be
just
huffing some
crazy.
goofy gas to be getting to that conclusion. I will
Look, if
say.
you want the commenters, to tie this back to it being a YouTube video, if there is a high demand for the Mulholland Drive glossary,
Power
or
hour, well, whatever we call it, yeah.
whatever it is, then comment down below, because this is legitimately as fascinating as the movie. The way
I agree. I think we might have to do a new spin-off, the Mulholland Drive 30 minutes or something like that, where we just read a page of this wiki or
yeah,
this
this is just like
fan page.
The fascination of just like people, where people will go with something is like utterly as fascinating as the movie. But anyways, I'm gonna.
Oh god, yeah, we gotta close it off because now I'm clicking on the theories page. The bribery theory. Camilla's love was just an illusion. The old couple represent Adam and Camilla. Just
Oh, so
Diane's suicide is not real.
So she just. But then, if the old couple is Adam and Camilla, why does she meet them at the airport when she's still young?
I don't know, and why would she be happy to see them? Because she hates Adam for stealing Camilla. I don't know. Like,
Oh man, yeah.
whatever.
Okay, Mulholland Drive, a fantastic movie.
Good movie. 5 out of 5. R.I.P. David Lynch. I'm glad we.
David Lynch. He will be missed. Knowing movies like this exist out there make me happy though that I get to go watch more David Lynch. I might even watch Dune tonight since we're not.
Yeah, go for Dune would be trilogy. Yeah, Dune's yeah. You can definitely watch Dune. Also, we were talking about Michael Mann, and Justin Theroux is the bad guy in Miami Vice. So I do this might be a fun double feature for me to do next. Is jump into Miami Vice. But
oh man, I wonder if Michael Mann has like this level of theorist. I guess his movies are a little bit more dried and cut, but I wonder if there's anybody out there that's spitting like a whole Wikipedia page about Michael Mann's movies and what the fact that Miami Vice was filmed in a hurricane means that like Michael Mann is Zeus or whatever other shit these people come up with on the internet.
Yeah, some wacky. I feel like the closest would probably be The Keep. Like that might inspire some wackadoo theories, but I don't know. I feel like the rest of Michael Mann's movies a little too cut and dry.
I just think everybody should have like every director should have a theorist page like this. Somebody go write a 50-page essay on Michael Bay and why he has Bud Light in every one of his movies.
I feel like some of those later Transformers movies are so convoluted that you could probably come up with a Mulholland Drive type page, like explaining and what's the deal with T.J. Miller or the Romeo and Juliet law theory.
All the reasons why Optimus Prime is Jesus, and why the movie is telling you that. All right, Mulholland Drive, 10 out of 10 movie. The website is a question mark out of 3 question marks out of 2 question marks.
Yeah, I give it 5 out of 5, 5 out of 7 fish or whatever. Or 7 out of 5.
5 out of 7 fish or coffee cups.
2 plus 2 equals fish, as the Joker proves.
We've got quite a lot on the docket. We're definitely going to continue the Lynch retrospective, honoring the man. I am quite excited now to watch. What was the one that you said was even more complicated? Inland Empire.
Inland Empire, which really also has
see what Inland Empire is now because
I would do Lost Highway first just because that's another Mulholland Drive-esque one, so like that'll ease us into Inland Empire because it's also one that's wacky but you can figure out a little more easy. But
and then we got the Venom Power Hour, which is
next on the docket. We're jumping back into the Sonyverse because we got the Venom Power Hour coming up, which is.
That's going to be all 3 Venom movies, and we'll be doing We'll be doing our Power Hour rules like we did for Rebel Moon. So we'll be drinking a shot of beer every minute for the first hour, then coasting, and we'll see how that goes. I'm super excited. For
as long as Rebel Moon, and we'll be probably drunker because we'll have a better idea of what we're doing.
Yeah, I am planning on being drunker. I've got it full.
We'll have to figure it out because I feel like our imbibing was not perfect with Rebel Moon, but we're gonna get the kinks hammered out for Venom so we can be loud and obnoxious the whole time.
And it'll be interesting because I hate that performance, so I'm very curious to see if drunk me likes it better or if it is even worse.
Oh yeah, man. No, that's gonna be like we'll see if being drunk helps or hurts Venom. We're gonna find out.
All right, my friend. Do you have anything on the pipeline? Azeroth is out in YouTube.
It is. I think it crossed about 300 views the other day. So like, it is a big deal. It's taken America by storm.
Yeah.
Yeah, still working on a second Lovecraft short, and I think I can announce it to make it happen. I'm trying currently to scrabble together my first feature-length film, which will also be a bit of a noir.
Ooh.
Early spoilers. A
Did
little.
you write and direct it, or are you just directing it?
I am planning to write and direct it. I am
Ooh.
currently in the pre-production phase. I am writing, storyboarding, and coming up with props. And I guess my two-word uh summation for the movie, like if I sum it up in two words, a gangster kaiju movie is sort of the
A
vibe.
gangster
So
kaiju movie. So we talking sci-fi? Or are
we're
we
we're, we're talking supernatural, but
Ooh.
set in the city of dreams, and yeah, with a little bit of a noir vibe
I like
underneath
it.
whatever is going on with a giant monster and noir. You'll have to see how those intersect. Uh,
Absolutely. I am excited to see that. Well, my friend, I will let you go. I was
And what
always a
about yourself?
pleasure.
What are you doing on your end? What game are you currently Twitch Let's playing for everybody?
We've been doing Indiana Jones, which is still pretty good.
Oh,
And
cool.
other than that, I've been climbing in Marvel Rivals, which has taken the video game area by storm. I'm not usually a guy who does like ranked or competing type games, but I quite enjoy that game. So I've been trying to rank up in it, which has been interesting. It's the people that make Mulholland Drive forum sites are also the people you meet in ranked player versus player games.
Oh yeah. Those jerks. Those
Yep.
similar kinds of buttheads.
Yep, but other than that, we haven't been. Other than that, we're just gaming. You can always catch us over at twitch.tv. I've recently figured out how to also stream on the YouTube, so I am dual streaming now. And
Ooh.
yeah, we will continue to make podcasts as we begin our. I
Maybe
forgot to say this is technically season two of our
we're
episode.
kicking off the new year.
Season
Yeah.
two of our episode one. Well, episode one of our
We
season
had our
two.
Lost Madam Web episode
Yes.
just dropped, which is a delight. Had a lot of fun with that movie actually. I was so skeptical about it, and I think I came across on the mic. But by the end, I think I'm kind of down to watch it again. I'm intrigued. Madam Web really got its hooks in me
It's
over a
just a
long enough time.
fascinating movie to watch, like, and just try and figure out like why. Just why would you make? You could have made literally any other version of this movie, and it would have been better. But you
You
chose to
had
make
three.
this movie.
You had three costumes made, and you put the actors in them. So like you were ready to go with a
Yeah.
different kind of movie.
Would it
Like you
have
had the prop.
cost any more to have shot three other scenes and with
Nope.
them in
Well,
these costumes? How much more could it have possibly cost? Were you
I
that
will
over
never.
budget?
Or since you already made the costumes, man, just like have them run around, but in the costumes, in the woods or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
but nope, I guess not.
Yeah, you literally went to the Amazon. Why did you not take the other three girls to the Amazon?
Yes, and have them get their powers from the spider goons. Like, oh, whatever. But that's the kind of fun you'll be in for if you listen to our Madam Web app.
Yes, I
Just
do
us
highly
trying to
recommend it. It is
figure out what's going on
hilarious.
with that thing.
All right, well,
But
I will see. We're gonna go ahead and get off. I hope you all have a great rest of the night, and don't open blue boxes. You
don't.
might be
And
sucked into
if
a.
a friend says I had a bad dream, there was a monster behind that dumpster, don't check.
Don't check the
Just
monster. Don't check for monsters behind the dumpster.
no, let that monster alone.